Good evening, folks. Calling back to order, Sac City Unified School District Board of Education. We will start with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone.
All right, item 4.2, broadcast statement by our Vice President, Member Jean.
Thank you. This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV U-verse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saukcounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Saturday, April 5th at 1 p.m. and Monday, April 7th at 6 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/MetroCable14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off or silence your cell phones. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Item 4.3, we have our stellar student introduced by board member Michael Benjamin.
All right, how you doing? My name is Michael Benjamin.
Hello.
I'm still new. I'm your proud representative of Sac City Unified School District Board Area 7. And today we're here to honor Mr. Estes, Anthony Estes. Anthony enrolled at American Legion in May of 2024, eager to begin working on his academic goals. Anthony fell a little bit behind at his previous school and was indeed in need of credit recovery, Anthony immediately began working on courses with the intention of completing his high school requirements as fast as possible. Anthony made the choice to enroll in the summer program at American Legion to continue working on his academic goals. Anthony returned to American Legion in August and has been laser focused on his academic success. Through hard work and dedication to his academics, Anthony has positioned himself to graduate at the end of this school year. I need it really loud for this. As a junior. Anthony not only thrives academically, but has had a positive impact on the culture at American Legion. He is respectful to both students and staff at American Legion and is well liked by all. Anthony's hard work, drive, and determination will lead him to find success in whatever post-secondary path he chooses. Anthony, I want to congratulate you, and I want to thank you for coming in, right, seeing what you need to do, and working hard.
Yes, sir.
That's key, right? And that's what came from inside of you, and that's what's important. Also want to thank Rich Baranowski and the administrative staff at American Legion. They do a very good job at making this initial assessment as to what you need when you come in and how hard you can work to get where you need to get. And Anthony took full advantage of that. And congratulations, Anthony.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to thank my principal and all the staff at American Legion for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, guys.
Anthony, stay there. Go ahead, stay there, Anthony. We're going to take a picture.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Your family want to come up? Is the family in there?
Yeah, my dad and
Come on, family.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, come on, in, Mom. Yeah, support system. You all are important. Come on, Grandma.
Takes a village. Yes, it does.
Ready. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Item 5.0, we'll turn to Anne for announcements of actions taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Singh. There are two announcements this evening. The first, the board accepted an MOU with SCTA to rescind 6.0 FTE school counselor layoffs. Counselors will be notified tomorrow. And the second announcement will come from your superintendent.
Thank you. I am pleased to announce that the board approved the following appointment. By a vote of 7-0, the board approved the appointment of Daniel Crenshaw as principal of Fern Bacon.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. Moving on to item 7.0, public comment.
We have 45 speakers, President Singh.
All right. With 45 speakers, I will ask if folks can limit their comment to 1 minute. I respectfully ask that you stay within the 1 limit time frame. If we can come up in groups of the item. And I also I know we haven't done this before, just acknowledge that we also had 18 written public comments that were submitted, and the board is in receipt of that. We're always in receipt of that, and we do read those comments. So I just want to add that into the mix. But we can call them up by group. You have a minute each. Thank you.
First topic is on the SCES robotics team. First speaker is Julie Hashimoto, who has 2 cards for 2 minutes, followed by Kenya Smith, who has 3 cards for 3 minutes.
Julie asked that I go first. Hello, my name is Kenya Smith. To the Superintendent Allen and members of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Trustees, I'm writing you today in the spirit of urgency, hope, and a profound belief in justice, much as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. did when he penned his letter from Birmingham jail. He spoke of the fierce urgency of now, and I feel the same urgency when it comes to the future of STEM education in our district, and more specifically, the undeniable necessity of fully funding the SCES robotics team trip to compete at the World Championship in Houston, Texas. SCES is a public Title I school serving a diverse population of students, many of whom face economic barriers to opportunities like this. The SCES robotics team is more than just a collection of bright, driven students who have worked tirelessly to earn their place among the best in the world. They embody our district's commitment to equity, opportunity, and education that transcends the classroom. Their work has not been limited to just their own growth. They have spent the entire year inspiring and mentoring elementary students, igniting a passion for STEM in the youngest minds in our community. They have given of themselves so that others may dream bigger, reach higher, and believe that they too belong in the world of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The motto of the Sacramento City Unified School District states, We recognize that our system is inequitable by design, and we vigilantly work to confront and interrupt inequities that exist to level the playing field and provide opportunities for everyone to learn, grow, and reach their greatness. What greater inequity exists than allowing systemic barriers to prevent students who have earned their place on a global stage from realizing their full potential? To deny them this opportunity is not just a disservice to these students, but to every child in our district who looks to them as proof that dreams are worth chasing, that effort is rewarded, and that greatness is within reach. To make this trip a reality, we need to raise $60,000 to take 45 students to Houston, Texas. Despite our best efforts, we have only been able to secure approximately $12,000. Our students are doing everything in their power to fundraise, and SCES staff members have even volunteered their spring break to ensure that this trip happens. But without the district's support, we will fall short of the goal and deny these students the opportunity that they have worked so hard to earn. Funding this trip is not an expense, it's an investment in our students, in our future engineers and innovators, and in the promise that Sacramento City Unified School District truly stands by its word. The SCES Robotics team has done their part. They have competed, they have won, and they have lifted others up along the way. Now, I ask you, Superintendent Allen, and the entire board to do your part. Show them that does that mean I'm done? Okay. Okay. Show them that their district believes in them. Show them that their work matters. Show them that when we speak of equity, it is not just a slogan, but a commitment. The world is watching, the next generation is watching, and most importantly, these students, our students, are watching. Let's ensure that we see a district that honors their achievements and refuses to let financial barriers stand in their way of greatness. With hope and conviction, Kenya Smith, proud parent of the SCES Robotic Team 3598. Thank you.
Okay. Can I go? Okay. Hello, my name is Julie Hashimoto, and I'm a student representative from Team 3598, and I am going to read what the judges said to our team when we won the award that is getting us to Houston. The First Impact Award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of First. The First Impact Award is presented to the team judged to have the most significant measurable impact of its partnerships among its participants and community over a sustained period of time, not just a single build season. The winner is able to demonstrate progress toward First mission of transforming our culture. The recipient team will be invited to the First Championship, where it will compete for the First Impact Award against winners from other qualifying events. Here's what the judges had to say. Since its inception, this team has demonstrated resilience, never backing down from a single challenge. Again and again, they transform obstacles into opportunities they can use to their advantage. The judges were particularly impressed by the lengths they went through to design the team around financial accessibility. They ignite a spark by inspiring young minds in their community through partnerships with a diverse group of organizations. This team stood out as stars with their effective use of assessment surveys and their engineering design process to find members of their community who might otherwise be exposed to STEM opportunities. It was clear how they identified a problem, collected quantitative data, and made strategic decisions to achieve maximum impact with continuous feedback cycles. This team is also building alliances in their community to strengthen the First bond to unite the FRC teams in their district into one cohesive, functioning system. Their systematic approach at self-improvement and expanding First footprint operates in perfect harmony like parts of a circuit board to create meaningful impact for many years to come. Congratulations, Team 3598.
Thank you.
Final speaker on this topic is Berta Serrato for two minutes.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for allowing us to have this opportunity to come before you today. My name is Berta Serrato. I am the OG of SCES Robotics, Inc. I've been around since 2011. My children graduated over 8 years ago. I am truly, truly invested in these children and in this program. My job here today is to read to you from an alumni. It says, "Dear SCUSD, my name is Christopher Thomas. I am an alumnus of FRC Team 3598. I recently graduated with both a master's and bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from the University of Southern California in Los Angeles, where I currently live and work as an engineer. Since my time on the team, I've had the privilege of interning at NASA, Ford, and other notable organizations. I mention these accomplishments not to highlight my own success, but to underscore the impact that this robotics program has had on me. As a young Black boy from South Sac, it opened my eyes to the vast opportunities that exist beyond the traditional blue-collar paths that have shaped my family's history. It instilled in me a passion for creating and transforming everyday life through technology with a special focus on my community. This program taught me invaluable skills: problem solving, critical thinking, collaboration, and leadership, the kind of leadership that takes accountability. It gave me the confidence to pursue greater aspirations, and the lessons I learned continue to shape my career to this day. For this, I am forever grateful. I implore you to support these students in their journey to Houston. You would not only be investing in their potential, but also advancing your district's mission to graduate students as globally competitive lifelong leaders and learners, prepared to succeed in a career and higher education institute of their choice, to secure gainful employment and contribute to society. At the competition, these students will have the opportunity to showcase their community workshop format to teams around the world. Can I finish? I only have a few sentences more.
Finish your sentence.
Thank you. Around the world, influencing STEM is taught in communities globally. They will attend workshops, network with companies and students, and visit the engineering marvels that is the NASA Space Center. I myself stood before the school board 6 years ago as a high school senior, asking for the very same support these students are seeking today. And I can say with the complete confidence that everything I gained from that experience was invaluable, both professionally and personally. Thank you, Christopher Thomas. Thank you.
Next group of speakers on the topic of TK enrollment, we have Mariah McGuire-Fong, followed by Jillian Rich, and then Katie Hydorn.
Good evening, board members. My name is Mariah McGuire-Fong. I offered public comment at the last board meeting, and I'm here again to comment on problems with TK resourcing and enrollment, and to urge you to take swift action to open more TK classes at impacted schools for the 25-26 school year. First, thank you for any influence you've had on the decision to open a second TK classroom at Sutterville. That was great news. While I was encouraged by the news, I've been disappointed to hear of no other positive movement. My family remains 42nd on LDB's waitlist, despite listing our 2 closest schools in our TK lottery application, and many other families I know remain on waitlists. I urge you to open more TK seats, particularly at in-demand schools that absorb demand from beyond their neighborhood due to the lack of TK at all elementary schools. Consider morning and afternoon classes, portables, and creative space solutions. If there's space for one half-day TK class, there is space for a second class. Ensure before and after care are available to all TK students through ACEs, even if families miss the deadline due to the delay with the district. Prioritize continuity for students already receiving district services, such as IEPs and those in need-based preschools. There's been state funding for TK since 2013 for more than 10 years, and all elementary schools should have a TK. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jillian Rich, and this is Henry, and I wanted you to have a face for one of the hundreds of students who are waitlisted for TK from the Midtown Sacramento, East Sac, and Land Park area. Henry has a sibling at Theodore Judah, and she's in 2nd grade, and every day on the way to school, Henry asks, when am I going to go to sister's school? And I'm going to have to tell him every single day, probably not next year, because even with sibling preference, he's number 11 on the wait list. So unless a miracle happens and Theodore Judah can accommodate a 3rd TK classroom, he's likely going to have to go to another school. And so I ask mainly tonight for transparency. I really appreciate that the district, after the last board meeting, said you'd get back to us by May 15th to let us know what other schools are available for us waitlisters. That's great. However, we're having to make decisions in the meantime as parents. And so transparency would go a long way. Just let us know which schools do have room, how many spaces, which schools have you ruled out definitely don't have space for another classroom. Then I can make an informed decision of whether to gamble to wait for that call and know if I'm going to have to go out of my way to get him to TK or whether I need to look at other options. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you again. I'm Katie Hydorn. This is my daughter, Rose, who's on the number 5 on the wait list for Theodore Judah. This is her brother, Conrad, who is in kindergarten at Theodore Judah, and her sister, June, who I think you'll hear from in a minute, because she put in a speaking card, is in 2nd grade at Judah. Here to talk about the TK waitlist issue. I've passed out some definitions of the problem. We know that we have about 200 kids on the wait lists in East Sacramento, Tahoe Park, Land Park, and Midtown. And I did really appreciate receiving a phone call this evening at 5:45 p.m. on my way here with 3 children in my car to try and make a decision about open TK slots. I was given 24 hours to get back to the district, and now I have to weigh the question of, do I stay on the wait list so my child can go to TK hopefully, at the school where her siblings are, or do I take something else and add something to my morning commute and my evening commute? A couple other notes. We have some key questions and some proposed solutions. I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers on this topic, we have June Hydorn, followed by Erica Lee, then Inga Skoberg, and Sebastian Chavez.
Hi, my name is June Hydorn, and I really want my little sister Rose to be in the TK class. Even if I wasn't in TK, I still want my little sister to go. And we go to the same school as her, and I really hope if she can go to Theodore Judah. And I just really, really want her to go. My brother went to TK. I might have not, but I still really, really want her to go. Can you please make that happen?
Thank you.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Lee. I prepared some remarks, but I don't think I have time for that. I have some handouts that will be passed out here, and I just want to bring attention to some discrepancies in the information that was a part of the TK lottery process this year. So that first handout that you have, that is an email that was sent out. That is email communication sent out to all TK lottery parents with very, very clear and wonderful details about what needed to happen. They needed to accept the TK lottery offer, and then there's very specific instructions to submit a registration form. On that next handout you have, that is the information that parents that opted in for text notifications received. I opted in for text notifications. I thought this was just simply an enrollment kind of, hey, you got into the lottery, accept your offer, and then I imagined that the enrollment process would follow thereafter. But the information that I received was nothing like the email information. I did not receive a deadline. I did not receive specific instructions to submit a registration form, nor did I receive a link to the form. So I'm asking the board to investigate what happened here. It happened not only to me, but an awful lot of parents. And as a result, we were accepted into the lottery, unlike these folks behind me, but we were ultimately kicked out because we did not submit the registration form. So I just want to be given an opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Inga Skogberg. Again, this is kind of a separate issue from the TK enrollment. This is more of a school mint enrollment issue. I have a first grader currently attending Alice Burney right now, and my daughter is supposed to be attending kindergarten as well in the fall. I do run and operate a $2.5 million business. I know how to navigate technology and also make deadlines. As other parents have addressed, well, as you can see in the email versus the text message information, it's just not clear on how to get to the message center. The message center on there, there's 3 bars up on the top. I don't know if you can see that on the text message area. There's no indicators on it. There's no there's no missed messages, there's no unread messages. So for the text receivers to get the actual critical information, you had to hit that. So we never received the deadline. We never received the registration link. So our students were denied. And unfortunately, won't, like these other TK parents, won't be able to go to school with their siblings. Thank you.
Sebastian Chavez, final speaker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sebastian Chavez. This is my son, Camilo, and he weighs 41 pounds. So if I lose my breath, you know why. So thank you for letting me speak to you today. We are currently number 23 on the wait list for Camilo for Caleb Greenwood. We live in the neighborhood. I can talk to you about, obviously, the inconvenience of having to potentially ferry him to a different school across town every morning. I could talk to you about the cost if we decided to not do that and stick him in the school he's currently in. But what I really want to focus on is what's really fair for the kids, right? When you're 4 years old, transition is very difficult to do. Changing from one place, from whether it's a home or a school, those things are hard to process. And so imagine for a 4-year-old going to a new school where you know nobody, none of the teachers, none of the classmates, and you have to meet all new people, make all new friends. And then a year later after that, you have to move again to another school where you again have to do the exact same process. That's a very difficult thing for a 4-year-old to do. And also for parents getting to know the administration, the school, the policies, the facilities, spending a year doing that to have to do the exact same thing all over again a year later. So I'd like you all to reconsider the current structure and open up new classes in the neighborhood schools for children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers on the topic of Phoebe Hurst, Tiffany Storneth, followed by Michael Gold, and then Marissa Collins.
Hello again. We're here for our 3rd time at the board meeting to speak to you again on the issue of the Phoebe Hurst kinder exam and siblings on the wait list. I think we can all agree that the execution of the exam was a mess the day of the exam and administering it to all of our kids. We can agree to disagree on if it was fair or not. I'll move past that, but what I wanted to address today was what forms a through line through our entire process over the last few months. Misleading information that we were given from the school. Our assumption, which was the assumption of most families, is that the test was there to assess if the kid could actually make it into kindergarten. We know now that a large portion of the kids did not actually make it. By our estimates, probably about 40% failing. I think you need to give that information out to all of the families so that we can start planning for our kids.
My name is Michael Gold. I'm father of a daughter that's impacted by the testing process. The decision to continue with the process without addressing the largest problem, which is some people knew about the test ahead of time while others did not. That was not addressed. At first I thought it was ignorance that you guys didn't know what the problem was. And then I thought, okay, maybe there's a lack of understanding that there was a problem. But now it seems like it borderlines incompetence, also with intentional deception of the process. Moving forward, from the decision that you guys have made and looking at the process now, no one from the school district, the school board, or any of your representatives can tell us what the process is to try and get our children into the same school as their siblings now. There's no process. They can't explain the permit process, the lottery process. There's no transparency in how it's operated. Nobody answers the questions. If you ask one person, they give you one answer. If you ask somebody else, they tell you a different process. The Principal Martin cannot tell us the process. No one has explained it to us. In fact, there has been very little to no correspondence from the school district or the board, which is disheartening. It actually makes my blood boil. The stonewalling and just the lack of engagement is not acceptable. In fact, limiting us to a minute here is infuriating. I'm asking President Singh, I'm asking you to agendize this. It's a problem. If you look at the TK families, you look at the Kinder families, trying to get in sibling preference, the testing process, all of it, it needs to be agendized. We need to have a real voice. If you're not going to respond to our emails and you're going to ignore us, we want a platform to speak, and we are demanding it.
My name is Marissa Collins, and here tonight because my family, along with many others, are struggling. We've been asking for straightforward, reasonable solutions to a problem that never should exist in the first place, keeping siblings together at the same school. The district's refusal to create a sibling wait list is baffling. We're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for a common sense solution. A sibling wait list would mean that when seats open up throughout the year, separated siblings could be reunited. This isn't complicated, but instead of making it happen, the district has flat out denied the request without a real explanation. What's even harder to understand is the decision to leave seats empty rather than fill them with students who desperately need them. In a district where overcrowding is a constant challenge, how can leaving seats vacant possibly be the right call? It's not logical, it's not student-focused, and it certainly doesn't align with the commitment to putting kids first. And let's talk about the district's response to our concerns, telling us to check the permit window or wait for open enrollment. Let's be honest, that's a cop-out. The district knows Phoebe Hurst isn't listed as an option for open enrollment or permits for higher grades. Pointing us to a solution that doesn't even exist isn't just dismissive, it's intentionally misleading. It gives families false hope that while the district does nothing to actually fix the problem. But it's not just about my family, it's about the 19 new families who will be facing the exact same nightmare after the terrible mishandling of the kindergarten assessment. It's about the 5 kindergarten families I know who won't be returning next year, leaving seats open that will once again be left unfilled while siblings remain separated. It's about the new families coming into Phoebe who decided not to enroll and go private due to the risk of being separated. This situation is a failure of leadership, period. It's a failure to prioritize families, a failure to act in the best interest of students, and a failure to uphold the district's own commitment to supporting families. We've been given excuses, misinformation, and outright refusals instead of real solutions. The district has had a chance to make this right, but instead it continues to disregard our concerns. We deserve transparency, honesty, and willingness to address problems instead of pretending they don't exist. We aren't going away. We will keep coming to these meetings. We will keep speaking out, and we will make sure the community knows exactly how Sac City Unified is treating its families. Fix this, create the sibling wait list, stop letting seats go empty, and prove that this district truly cares about keeping families together. Thank you.
Next 2 speakers, Catherine Adams, and this card, no name, so that must be you.
Hi, my name is Kat Adams, and I am here to express my disappointment in the response we have received from Sac City Unified leadership regarding the rampant inconsistency and unfair circumstances of this year's kinder assessment process at Phoebe Hurst. Since the last time we addressed you, we received notice that the wait list was resuming with very dismissive language suggesting our concerns were invalidated without providing evidence or alternative paths forward. On top of this, our direct communications with leaders continue to be ignored. In my case, I disputed the claim that my daughter's speech delays were accommodated during her assessment. I have been waiting almost 3 weeks to be told the specific ways in which my child was accommodated, and I want proof. The lack of response has entirely eroded my trust in leadership. We look to you to hold accountable the people who are responsible for this situation, provide avenues for our children to have a fair chance to enroll in Phoebe Hurst for Kinder, and create transparent, consistent systems for siblings to enroll in upper grades as well. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Belinda Herrera. My son was also affected by the inconsistency of testing for Phoebe entrance. This past Monday, I was told by Principal Martin that there is a sibling wait list and a lottery system after kindergarten. I am now told that that's not correct. So I ask for a clear, consistent message to be sent to all of us so we understand how we can move forward, create a environment for our children to be together. And I think that's the most important thing, is for the families to be together. Not only myself, but I speak for the 19 other families who are affected by this as well. I ask that, I plead that my children and these other children get a chance to be at the same school together, and that we get a consistent message and a clear path on how that is going to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group of speakers on the topic of student support, we have J.T. Roberts, followed by Dexter Niskara and Pam Reeder Esparza. Esparza has 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Professor or Coach Roberts, known as some. I'm currently the head boys basketball coach at Kennedy High School. I held the title of Mental Health and Family Advocate at JFK for 2 years prior to getting my new position with Public Health Institute. Just want to share you the importance of student support services. The role models, the staff that the students have to lean on. As we know, mental health is at a highest state it's ever been. I'm a Sac City, I would say, school district graduate, employee. I've been employed for Sac City School District over 15 years, either as a classified employee or as a basketball coach for years. Just an example, 2 years ago, one of my players lost his mom due to fentanyl overdose. The access through the Student Support Center, I was able to check on my player, but have him sent there for if you needed one-on-one, if you needed some type of therapy, some type of counseling from just random time and days. So that was just the biggest thing as far as support center was needed. But also, I'll say this, mental health has no color, gender, age, or anything. So I seen, I would say, teachers at the school go in there and talk to people or come see me or vice versa. So being that bridge, that gap for the students and the families and the parents in the schools is highly important, more than you ever knew, ever could think of, more than we know. But also, I would say this, what if it was your student? What if it was your kid? Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we good to start? Perfect. Hello, board members. My name is Dexter Niskala, and I am a program coordinator with Pro Youth and Families here in Sacramento, California. I'm basically speaking to you guys really briefly to advocate for the Student Support Center. Most importantly, in middle school and high school, I relied on the Student Support Center myself. Without the Student Support Center, I would have not be here, most likely. The Student Support Center was a lifeline to me. It offered me a ton of supports inside of school and outside of school, just like how Mr. JT had said, right? Now being with Pro Youth and Families, I've seen the work that they've done here in the community for the past 34 years, and being a part of that is really, really great. And we already know that it's not about just serving one kid at a time. It's about changing the systems and shifting the systems, correct? So the reality is many families are still navigating the problems that they face, similar to the problems that I faced when I was a youth myself. And if we want to build a future where every child has a chance, it's about building a system that supports the whole youth and the community it serves. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Pam Reeder Esparza, and I'm a counselor at Rosemont High School. I've been with the district since 1999. This is my 21st year at Rosemont. I've been through a host of budget cuts and increases, and I just wanted to make sure I corrected information regarding the position of coordinator of college career experience. Jackie Navarez is in that position, and she does not supervise our college and career counselors. She is our go-to for counselors for information regarding FAFSA, CADA, college applications, CCGI, policy changes at the state level, and coordination of services. She is the first individual in my years at Rosemont that has accurately updated our CSU doorways and NCAA portals. The precision of this information affects whether our students can get into CSUs, UCs, and play Division I and Division II level athletics. She coordinates a host of field trips for our district students, even though it drives us crazy. Her attention to detail and planning makes a significant impact on district counselors as well as our students and staff members who chaperone. This year at Rosemont, we didn't have money to pay for food for our Cash for College night. We feel we need to feed our volunteers and CalSoap staff who help our students and families complete their FAFSA and CADA applications, especially this year. We feed the families as well with the nacho bar to entice them to show up and allow us to assist their students. This position is key for our districts as well, district counselors, as well as for the students and families we serve. And thank you for rescinding the counseling cuts.
Next group of speakers, Adriana Lucero, followed by Jamie Kerr and Jackie Rose. Ms. Rose gets 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm a resident whose family has experienced mental health crises as teenagers, so this topic is very important to me. And I've also had, while I'm sharing my personal opinion, had the opportunity to see the work of student support centers up and close in person when I was working in Sac City Unified with the nonprofit City Year. I feel that schools in 2025 need to provide young people with holistic supports. When we think about the pandemic, social media, the national rhetoric targeting young people and their identities every day, we need our young people to have mental health support, social emotional support, and our student support center staff are central to that work. They help students navigate challenges in their lives. They help teachers and other partners show up better for our kids through their expertise and their coordination. They are a critically needed multiplier in our schools. What enables that is relationships. I've heard talk of reducing to maybe one staff member per every couple of schools. But we can't have those critical conversations with young people and teachers if that's built on inconsistent and infrequent connections. I know you have really difficult budget decisions ahead of you, but let's not balance our budgets on the back of trusted adults who are there for our kids in the most difficult times. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Kerr, and I'm an English teacher at Cal Middle and also a parent of a kindergartner at Elder Creek. I'm speaking today in regards to the recent layoff notices given to more than half of our mental health specialists in the role of student support center coordinators in our schools. These coordinators are first responders to childhood trauma and do vital work to support mental health for our students. To remove these coordinators and sever the relationships they've built and expect that the many complex needs of an entire school community can be met by a single social worker split between several sites is simply impossible. Without the coordinators, our students will suffer. They will have worse attendance, more classroom disruptions, more behavioral incidents, and even more instability when they do not have access to mental health support. As a district, we claim in our LCAP goals that the social and emotional well-being of students is one of our top 3 priorities this year. How can we say that while we simultaneously end the relationship with the staff members who our students trust and replace it with nothing? Our other 2 LCAP goals are about improving graduation rates and academic achievement. How can we make progress on those goals when we remove the very staff that works directly on improving attendance and reducing the dropout rate? Every single one of our goals as a district is underpinned by the work that these coordinators do each day. I urge you to rescind the coordinator layoffs and preserve the relationship that they've built with our school communities. Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Jackie Rose. I'm the CEO of Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center. I'm here to speak to the issue of student support services. I'm also a community incubator lead for the Black Child Legacy campaign that interfaces with just about all of your student support centers throughout this district. We are the community arm for your community support services at most of the schools that is in this district. I am here tonight along with another incubator lead with the Black Child Legacy campaign to really urge you to make sure that those student support centers stay at our schools. One school in particularly that I will speak to is Parkway Elementary School. Parkway Elementary School has had a lot of challenges, specifically this year. Those kids come from a low-income housing project. I really want to see those kids continue to be supported with the services that my agency provides, which is Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center, but also with the services that the district has here internally. I just want to encourage you. I know you guys have some tough budget decisions to make, but we really need to really look at the schools that need the most support throughout this district. And I work with all of your schools in South Sacramento. There's no school in South Sacramento that I don't work with to provide any service that they come to and they want us to provide those additional supports. I also have another BCLC Black Child Legacy Campaign incubator lead here that wants to speak to how he serves the community.
So with the remaining 13 seconds that we got, my name is Anglin Baker. I'm the community incubator lead or program manager for Fruit Ridge Stockton. And basically the student support services specialists are essential to the student success. They take care of the whole child, emotionally, academically, mentally, and they help students thrive and success. So just here just to reiterate those points that others have made in the past with the remaining time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers on the topic of college and career counseling, Ethan Cohagen for 3 minutes, followed by Lewis Jacobson and Ellie Brown.
Hi there again, Board of SUSD. My name is Ethan Cohagen. I'm 17 and I'm a senior at West Campus. Ms. McNamara has been a key part of West Campus, helping students graduate year after year. Her presence reminds us that we can. We can get into UC Davis, we can pursue STEM, and we can achieve our dreams of success and happiness as adults. Here, we have a poster of 20 students. This is just a fraction of all the students Ms. McNamara has helped this year, who are all sharing the colleges that they have gotten into. Each one of these students dedicates their acceptances to Miss McNamara and only Miss McNamara. She has helped West Campus, the district, all of the students so much. Her position is important to West Campus because no one can do what Miss McNamara does. The general student counselors help in many different ways, yes, but they are overloaded already. Ms. McNamara and the other college career counselors are essential, not just for students, but for the overall functioning of the school, especially for the graduating seniors who are navigating the application process. Her presence is also vital to the district's health overall. The fact that students are getting into these UC schools is a measure of an outcome that there are students who are ready for the intense university standards who are being given that opportunity. As the Sacramento City Unified Board of Education, you are all able to affirm, because of Ms. McNamara and her colleagues, that students are able to represent that potential that they have. Without them, many of the students in SUSD will lose one of the greatest opportunities of their lives, getting a long-term job, putting their life, the lives of their children and family on a stable, secure, and successful path. I, along with many, many other students listed here, are lucky enough to have had her help with my applications. But her removal will strongly reduce the amount of graduating students who think that they can. Many capable students won't see their dreams as achievable or know how to present their strengths to colleges. They won't know that their success is hidden right behind the door of higher education. So they just won't try. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Lewis Jacobson. I'm a 9th grader at West Campus High School. Today, I want to talk to you about how important Ms. McNamara's job is. Firstly, at the start of high school, I was very scared about how to be a good applicant for the college of my choice. One day, I decided to go to one of Ms. McNamara's presentations on the school of Cal Poly. It was a great presentation. It helped me learn a lot more about the school. After that presentation, I attended more. I attended Berkeley, UCLA, Princeton, and tons of others, including 50 overall schools. These meetings followed with me attending more and more of her stuff, like college application presentations or civic seal of approval workshop. Since that first presentation, I've gone for hours at a time asking scary questions, such as, how do I apply for financial aid? What schools should I be looking at with my grade point average? And how can I be an attractive applicant to colleges? Ms. McNamara has shown us that we have a chance to get into colleges of our choice with all the helpful resources and advice you have given us. Can I finish? We need to prioritize Ms. McNamara's job so my classmates and I can get the help we need to thrive in this environment. Thank you for the time.
Okay. Hello, I'm Ellie Brown. I'm a freshman at West Campus, and even though I'm a freshman, I understand that we're in an era where specialized knowledge and critical thinking are imperative. Ms. McNamara's guidance extends beyond mere application processes. She gives students access to build up their love for their chosen career before applications even come into the picture. For me personally, she's given me multiple scholarships for opportunities to programs that I wouldn't look twice at because I know that I cannot afford it. And this is particularly crucial for fellow first-generation students who often lack familial guidance in this complex process. While quantitative metrics are valuable, they often fail to capture the qualitative impact of her work. She cultivates resilience, builds confidence, and empowers students to become active participants in their futures. These intangible outcomes are vital for the success in the rapidly growing economy that we know as America. The value of higher education is being constantly debated. Her role is critical now more than ever. Terminating her employment would disrupt vital student support networks and potentially hinder their long-term success. I urge you, the board, to reconsider defunding her position and to at least consider the impact on our community first. Thank you.
Next group of speakers on this topic, Samara Brown, followed by Luca Davis and Daniel Kahn.
Folks, so we do have a minute each. I respectfully ask you to keep to the minute. I also hope that, I know this is a little unconventional, but the position is not being cut as was announced by our legal counsel. So please continue with your comments. I'm just saying that the positions are not being cut. So if you weren't here for that announcement, that action.
I know that I'm still going to have the same job role at my school, though.
Well,
Well,
which is vital, which is why we're here.
perfect. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. So good evening, board. My name is Samara Brown, and I'm requesting thank you for not removing the college and career counselors from our high schools. As the program director for a homeless housing program, I work very closely with homeless high school students. Students that want to pursue higher education but lack the necessary guidance, and through initiatives like the monthly newsletter created by Ms. McNamara, which provides vital information on summer programs and internships, we've been able to support these students. This process begins early as students need to understand the value of community service and programs that shape their future careers and make their college resumes competitive. My daughter, who is a freshman at West Campus, has already benefited greatly from the guidance provided by Ms. McNamara, including the upcoming tour of 11 colleges in Southern California. I implore you to consider the great consequences of removing this position, and thank you for rescinding it.
My name is Luca Davis, and I'm a senior at West Campus High School, and ever since I stepped into this room, my heart has been racing. But I stand up here confident before all of you because Ms. McNamara came up to me and said, I think you're gonna do great in here. This is nothing new for me. She has been supportive of me throughout the entire school year. I have spent endless hours with her in her room, whether it be working on essays, whether it be just talking about what I think the best major for me is gonna be. She has been not just a college counselor for me. She's not just helped me figure out where I'm gonna go with my career. She has been an ally and a huge support for me for the past 6 months. And I think that you can look at any statistic of how much she's done for the students, but I think those kind of emotional supports and that encouragement that she's given, there is no value that you can put on that. And that's why I really hope that she is at West Campus for many, many more years to come. Thank you.
All right, hello. My name is Daniel Khan. I'm a freshman at West Campus High School. I stand here today for you guys to reconsider any funding for our college and career counselor, Ms. McNamara, and instead make the position permanent. Ms. McNamara's role is one of the most critical positions at West Campus and cannot be performed by a school counselor or teacher in any way, shape, or form. The reality is each student counselor has an assigned workload over 350 students, and I can tell you from experience, the lines run out of the classroom. They simply do not have the time or expertise to provide the specialized support Ms. McNamara provides. Just some of the responsibilities of this position include helping students fill out college applications, impactful essay workshops, one-on-one help, career goals, scholarships, college nights, letters of recommendation, extensive college and career counseling newsletters, after-school workshops, and organizing campus visits, allowing students to interact with admissions staff. At a time when the admission process has never been more competitive and the stresses of applying to college can feel overwhelming, losing this role will cause will cause great hardship to all students who need the support and resources only she could provide. This is why I urge you on behalf of all students at West Campus to please rethink this decision for the students' sake and make this essential role permanent going forward. Thank you.
Apologies, I can't read the writing. Last name is Lung, okay. And then followed by Suki Kwong and Trina Tusay.
Good evening. I'm New Young, a parent at West Campus High School. Okay, thank you. My understanding is that Ms. McNamara's position, college and career counseling, has been rescinded. And if that is true, I'm here to share my son's experience. I am here to support Ms. McNamara as well as counselors who serve in the same capacity. And the efforts and dedication, knowledge, and connections Ms. McNamara gave my 11th grade son opportunities that otherwise we would not have known about. For example, in spring 2023, my son visited Stanford and San Francisco State. During summer 2024, my son participated in the UC Davis research program where he practiced suturing and then interned at a nonprofit organization during his sophomore year where he conducted research on symptoms and treatments for opioid use. Ms. McNamara's continuous communication to educate and alert our families about college and internship opportunities enabled my son son to apply and got accepted in the Future of Medicine program, where he will participate during summer 2025. This intern will allow him to learn about medical professions while shadowing physicians in the surrounding Sacramento Kaiser hospitals. My point is, positions like Ms. McNamara's are essential and hopefully will not come up on the agenda again in the future. First-generation families and other families with limiting backgrounds like mine would not know how to navigate nor seek such resources and experiences, and would not know with whom to connect with for these opportunities to support our children's future goals, resulting in limiting the visions and journeys of our children. And finally, with Sac City District's core values that highlight equity and access, positions like Ms. McNamara's should be prioritized to serve first-generation families and low-income families of opportunities that would be utilized by those that want and need it most. So with this, I leave you, the leaders of our district, with this question. From an equity lens, what will you do with the power you have to make decisions that focus on equitable educational experiences that align with the district's core values, which states equitable and accessible educational experiences for students? And will that decision be made conscientiously with underrepresented students in mind so that they are provided opportunities they would not have known, heard of, or been exposed to? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Suki, and I am the case manager at a transitional program. As someone who works closely with at-risk youth, I've witnessed firsthand the impact these counselors have, especially for students facing challenges. These counselors are often the only ones helping students connect the dots between high school, college, and careers. For many, they offer not just practical tools, but mentorship and emotional support that are critical for building brighter futures. In my role, I've seen the absence of such resources leaves young people feeling directionless. Our program has taken on the Youth College and Career Initiative because we understand the importance of this support. Removing these counselors will harm students' chances for higher education and undermine their long-term stability and success. Youth college and career counseling is not just important, it's transformative. It gives students the tools, directions, and encouragement they need to succeed, no matter the challenges they face. I strongly urge the reconsideration of removing these vital counselors, as they are essential to ensuring all students have access to the opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Trina Tusay for 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Trina Tusay. I come to you as a parent of a West Campus high school student. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've done public speaking, so I thank you for your patience. I have a long list here of just information of what Ms. McNamara has done for our family, for all of the students and the parents. But I don't want to read from that right now. I just want to speak to you and let you know how invaluable what she does for all of us is. She is an amazing resource with connections, with in-depth knowledge of everything that has to do with college and all kinds of internships and summer programs and career pathways. You could just go down that rabbit hole with her, and she's always there to back you up. I really want to just convey this to you because I know that we're very lucky and blessed at West Campus High School to have Ms. McNamara for all of us. And I want to encourage you to consider extending her contract with West Campus so that that resource can be maintained. My biggest concern isn't just for my family, because I have a senior who's graduating. He was accepted into almost all of the colleges that he applied to, and he's going to go to UC Davis. Yay, Aggies. My concern is for the students who come after. My concern is for the students who might not have this opportunity to go in depth with somebody who knows all of the resources, who can make the connections, who will read the applications, who will take the time to listen, to hear, to advise. And I want that for everybody. Thank you very much for your time.
We have no more speakers on public comment.
Yes, thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. So prior to taking action on the consent agenda, I want to clarify that on item 8.1K regarding the Head Start grant application has been pulled off the agenda and will not be voted on by the board at this meeting. 8.1K. Thank you. Awesome. Do we have any public comment on our consent agenda?
We do not.
Perfect. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? So moved by Member Rhodes, second by Member Jean, and we'll go to roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Perfect, thank you. All right, moving on to item 9.0, communications. We will start with SCTA.
Good evening, Board President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. I'm Nikki Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. At the last school board meeting, we discussed the need for the structure of SCUSD to be changed to reflect the philosophical and leadership change that has now been moving forward for nearly 2 years. Through our negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement, which has included an involved discussion on how to implement multi-tiered system of supports and steps outlined in the Black Parallel School Board Settlement Action Plan, we are beginning to engage in that long overdue and complicated discussion. Recent discussions with the district specifically related to student support services and health services have been focused on some areas of the district that in the past have not received the attention that they deserve. While it is fair to say that some of the discussions have been challenging, it is also accurate that the way the district has engaged on these issues has been constructive, encouraging, and respectful. Toward that end, we are pleased to announce that through the ongoing constructive dialogue that we've been able to work with Chief Concy McCarn and her team to ensure that no SCTA members will be laid off in the 25-26 school year. Just today, we reached an agreement, which I know you guys got the opportunity to announce, but the last of the certificated employees that would have potentially been impacted, the 8 counselors, will have their layoff notices rescinded. With that out of the way, and as we enter the next phase of collective bargaining negotiations, we know that there's a lot of hard work that has to occur to bring this bargaining round to a successful conclusion, and we are prepared to do that. Finally, like all of you, we have been appalled by the attacks on public education coming out of the Trump administration, which, among other things, threatens to cut off billions of dollars in federal funding, potentially impacting millions of our nation's most vulnerable students. What does it say about a country when the powerful attack students with disabilities, homeless children, and kids that might otherwise go hungry? At SCTA and CTA, we are fighting back, and we want to invite you and the greater Sacramento Unified community to join us at Cesar Chavez Plaza on Saturday, May 17th at 11 a.m. to be part of CTA's statewide Fight Back initiative against the proposed Trump cuts to public education. You'll be hearing a lot more about this event in the upcoming weeks, and we hope that you will all put it on your calendars and will help us spread the word to make this a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, UPE. Moving on to 9.2, District Advisory Committee, Student Advisory Council, Community Advisory Committee.
President Singh, we do have 2 public comments on 9.2.
Oh, perfect. You want me to do those first? Do I need to do those first? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. My name is Jennifer Womack, and I'm the member at large for the Community Advisory. My name is Jennifer Womack, and I'm the member at large for the Community Advisory Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the CAC for special education. Since our last update, we've made meaningful strides towards amplifying the voices of families of special needs students in SCUSD. In March, we were honored to welcome Dr. Eldridge from the LCAP, who presented insightful data on the district's most vulnerable students, shedding light on areas where support is most needed. Additionally, ESY and Summer Matters delivered a joint presentation on their plans for this summer. We're excited to share that they have collaborated on their summer programs to provide a more cohesive and supportive experience for our students. They also addressed and resolved many parental concerns, a testament to their commitment to our community. Moreover, we are thrilled to announce plans to work closely with ESY and Summer Matters starting next fall, ensuring that the CAC is actively involved in shaping programs and services for special needs students. Another exciting note, we're in the midst of planning our end-of-year celebration, an event dedicated in honoring the incredible families and staff who work tirelessly to support our special needs students. While the date is yet to be determined, the celebration will be open to everyone from board members to bus drivers, moms, dads, siblings, caregivers, and everyone in between. This is our way of saying thank you for all that you do every single day. Details will be coming soon, and we hope to see you there. An important question was recently asked to me. How can the board assist the CAC? While the implementation details are yet to be determined, one critical area would be improving our access to timely information on programs, services, and vendors when they start, stop, or change. Equally vital is ensuring that CAC's input into programs for special needs students is recognized as mandated by legislation. With your support, we can empower parents of special needs students to not only feel heard, but to also understand that their voices truly matter. Thank you for your ongoing partnership and dedication to ensuring every student in our district receives the support they need to succeed. Together, we're all making a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do public comment at the end of our committee updates. So next up, we have District English Learner Advisory Committee, LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, Black African American Advisory Board,
Good evening.
Want to beam up?
I haven't been here in a minute. Oh, no, I'm not going to mess with that. I'm Terrence Gladney, chair of the Black Sacramento City Unified Black African American Advisory Board. Today in Black history, in April 3rd, 1968, was when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered his I've been to the mountaintop speech, right? So it was the night before his assassination. As a young child in Berkeley, it always resonated with me that he had the foresight and was anointed enough to know what was coming the next day, in his lifetime. And he knew that, in his lifetime, he would not see all of the change that he hoped to affect. I look reflectively as to where we are today and know that in my lifetime, I still have not seen all of the change that he hoped to affect. It is with great urgency that we try to operate to make his dream and make his foretelling real. Last month, we had the opportunity to have Superintendent Allen and Board President Singh, as well as Board Member Benjamin, in our space to just have a conversation about where we are. And it really was kind of like a state of Black students in Sac City Unified, and talked about the conversations that happen in various spaces. So it was very enlightening. And we know that there is more work to be done. And I'm hopeful with collaboration and shared urgency and work, we can get to where we need to be. We are currently working alongside community members and our greater board to monitor and support the space in which African American Studies is being implemented. And right now, the first course will be an AP African American Studies course. I believe that the curriculum materials are still available upstairs for people to review, so I would recommend and urgently ask that community members review those materials. They're also available electronically, but for some of our elders, that's just not the way they operate, so we've been trying to work to meet them where they are. And in parallel to that, we're also seeking ways in which to start from the lower levels to bridge up to the AP courses so that not only our Black and African American students, but all of our students in our district have an opportunity to enlighten themselves about the rich, deep history of Blacks and African Americans, not only in America, but across the diaspora. I hope that in my lifetime, I'm not sort of foretelling that, in the future things will happen. We have the space, we have the capacity, if we all work together and just keep our eyes focused on what really is a prize, which is, the well-being of all our students. So I look forward to working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Community Schools Advisory Committee.
I always like going after Terrence because he's tall. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Allen, and President Singh. My name's Sarah Lynn Bienvenue, and I am the District Community Schools Specialist and co-chair of our CSAC committee. This evening, I'm excited to share some of the progress our community schools have made. To date, 13 of our school sites have fully approved CSITs, with 3 additional sites pending approval at our next CSAC meeting. Our philosophy has always been to go at the speed of trust. We didn't try to go in and move furniture before becoming family at our sites. So our specialists have been building meaningful relationships with all stakeholders, school staff, students, families, and community partners. Over the past 3 months, our specialists have been leading stakeholder listening sessions and collecting feedback through surveys. And I can tell you that at some of our sites, we have over 85% return rate, which is pretty amazing. We do have some good incentives through our generous partners, such as field trips that have been donated from SMUD, pizza parties, and different things like that. As a team, we've cultivated 47 new community partnerships across our 18 campuses and hosted over 99 family and student events on our campuses, with growing engagement at each one. We're especially excited to invite you to Woodbine Elementary's Community Schools Spring Carnival on April 25th. The event is generously sponsored by Trustee Rhodes, Sacramento City Council member Katie Maple, CSUS Fraternity Nu Alpha Kappa, Sorority Phi Sigma, the River Cat, SAC PD, SAC Metro Fire, SMUD, and many other community partners. I'd also like to clarify a correction from last month. We overestimated our donations, or spoke about our donations by almost $100,000. However, in the past month, we have exceeded what we reported last month. We are at over $280,000 in donations from community partners, which is breathtaking. I'd like to make a special recognition to Brian Peck, our community school specialist at Woodbine Elementary. His partnership with the River Cats has brought incredible energy to our campuses, from Dinger assemblies, focusing on the AAAs, attendance, attitude, and academics. Gifting over 3,000 game tickets, as well as over 300 Oakland A's tickets to students, families, and staff to enjoy through June 30th. Additionally, Brian has organized our Sac City Unified School District River Cats Game Day on May 28th for over 1,100 students, which includes the full experience for the students. A career talk, a player talk from the players, field walk, and stadium lunches. Really quick, though, I would like to ask for your help in filling our 3 vacant seats on our CSAC committee. That's areas 2, 3, and 4. And then thank you. We thank you for allowing us the privilege to serve in these roles and your continued support.
Thank you. Last but not least, American Indian Education Program Parent Committee. All right, moving on to 9 point.
Public comment.
Oh, sorry, public comment.
We have 2 cards, 1 speaker, Aaron Leone for 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Erin Leone. I'm our district's Teacher of the Year. I'm an SCUSD alumna, and I am a student advocate. We are here this evening on behalf of the Alliance of Anti-Racist Educators. We are here to follow up on the Restorative Justice Committee that this board voted on and approved in February. Our biggest concern with the board accepting or adopting a committee instead of a policy was that a committee would be used to stall progress and the systemic changes that our district so desperately needs. We refuse to allow a committee to become a symbolic gesture that delays real change while our school communities continue to face harm. Restorative justice requires commitment, not just conversation. We need to see tangible steps, not just a promise of future discussions. We would like to know when we can expect the committee to be formed and what the process looks like. If you are unable to speak to that today, we would also like to know where we can go to get answers when our emails and messages go unanswered. Do we need to rely on reporters and the media to get information from you, or is there a preferred means of communication? We would like transparency and clear communication to be a part of this process. We have questions and we want to be involved. And more than anything, we want to make sure that an accountability and restorative justice policy is adopted and implemented district-wide. We want to address the ongoing harm that is caused to educators, to students, and to our school communities. So we are here this evening just to remind you all that we are still here, that we are paying attention, and our fight for accountability and restorative justice is not over. You have our emails, you have our phone numbers, you know where we work. Please reach out to us and allow us to be a part of this work. Restorative justice cannot happen without the community, and we are a part of that community. We want to be informed, and we want to better understand this process and how it works so that we can help move things along. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment, Brian? I'm going to jump to 9.4, Superintendent Report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to begin my remarks tonight by congratulating Principal Devin Davis and the educators, staff, students at Leonardo da Vinci TK8 School. This week, we learned that LDV has been named a 2025 California Distinguished School by the California Department of Education. To be selected as a California Distinguished School, the CDE considers many performance factors, including demonstrating excellence and growth in academic achievement and ensuring a positive school culture. Congratulations, Leonardo da Vinci, on this statewide recognition. We are all very proud of your accomplishments. Yes. I'd also like to congratulate Dr. Priscilla Isaias for being recognized as a woman of distinction by the mayor of Sacramento for her service to the community to build effective school-family partnerships. Dr. Isaias works to engage parents. Her work to engage parents has built better schools and better outcomes for our students. Thank you, Ms. Priscilla. I also want to give a very, 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 very special shout out to Miss Wendy's class at Rosemont High School. I was given the esteemed honor to attend their theater presentation titled The Biker and the Boy Band Rumble. And it was yesterday. It was fantastic. They have one more showing tomorrow. If you can make it, you will be very happy that you went. It was excellent. And finally, I would like to invite everyone to our next community fair at Golden Empire Elementary School on Saturday, April the 26th at 10 a.m. There will be live mural paintings on the campus that day, along with dozens of community partners, multicultural activities with Golden Empire staff, folklorical dancing, and free meals from the Central Kitchen. We hope to see you there on April 26th.
Thank you, Superintendent Allen. I'll jump to my report and then move it over to our board members. I'm going to start by acknowledging the fear that was mentioned earlier that our communities are facing. So be it our minorities, our immigrant communities, our students with disabilities, community members who rely on Medicare, Medicaid, all LGBTQIA+ students and staff. We, as a district, support you, and I think it's important to note that the work, and I speak for myself, that I do is not reactive to what comes out of the Oval Office. The work that I do is rooted in community. This is work we do, we continue to do, and we have done, regardless of who's in power in Washington, because the systems are still the same. For 6 weeks straight, we've held Know Your Rights presentations. This takes up 2 or 3 hours of our time after work, after our day jobs. And I'm not saying that to talk about what I'm accomplishing or what I think we're accomplishing as a district. I just say it speaks to the staff's dedication, the folks that I see at those Know Your Rights presentations. I know you don't have to be there, but I see you there, and I really want to thank my colleagues for showing up, especially in their areas. But just note that for those of you who showed up outside of your areas, that it is all of our district. You are not limited to the boundaries that the district has created or systems have created. In that same realm, I want to assure the community that we are committed to the committees that we have formed, and that includes strengthening the current committees that we already have. So earlier, it was mentioned that we have vacancies on the Community Schools Advisory Committee in areas 2, 3, and 4. So areas 2, 3, and 4 includes myself. So we will be working on that, and I will be talking with our superintendent on how to get that messaging out. So it probably won't be from here that people are listening and will decide to join a committee. It will have to be a bit more proactive and probably send out some messaging through our district messaging system to encourage families and parents, guardians, anyone else who is interested to join any of the vacancies that we have. And that includes working on the Restorative Justice Committee and making sure that that work is moving forward, and hopefully have an update shortly for folks on how that process will work. But please be assured that that work is ongoing as well. Couple of things that I do want to shout out. I want to thank our district's HR team, I think, is who was there. We had Unity Eid for our Muslim staff members and students who concluded their month of Ramadan. The district staff had a table at the Community Eid Festival at Cal Expo, and it was attended by thousands of folks, many students who are in our district who come from the Muslim community, and it was just great to see folks out there and an opportunity to connect with people in a different way, and just want to thank our students and our staff who went through that month of their own trials and tribulations and fasting, and want to congratulate you on the month of Ramadan. So I also want to shout out the fact, I guess, to myself or to our community, federally, April is Sikh Awareness Month. I haven't heard anything federally about it being Sikh Awareness Month, but I also don't need the feds to tell me what month I should be celebrated or our community should be celebrated. I know that California historically celebrated Sikh Awareness Month in November, but I've said this before, months only exist when you're not celebrated enough throughout the year, so I'll take it. I encourage folks to just learn about one another. I don't want to sit up here and talk about my community in particular, but I encourage you all to continue to learn about the vast diversity that exists in this district that makes this district great, and also is part of the challenges that we face, and the reason we have so many folks communicating their concerns is because our district is unique, our district is diverse, our district is dedicated to that inclusion and that diversity, and that is why we will continue to hear those public comments, understand your concerns, and also find solutions that are not always a one-size-fit-all solution. And I think I'm going to pause there for my public comment, so thank you. I will move over to our board members. If anyone has any information sharing, we'll start with Member Ibarra.
Thank you. I want to start off by saying I was able to attend on Tuesday the Know Your Rights training at Ethel Phillips. Unfortunately, I was going through some stuff. I wasn't able to attend the one in my area, but we have one more coming up. So I really want to encourage you all, if you are staff, if you are family members, bring your kids. I was blown away at how engaging the presenters were with our kids, and it spoke volumes to me. And so I cannot, there's no better way to express it than to just say, go see for yourself. So please, if you're able to join, the next Know Your Rights is at McClatchy, is that correct? On Tuesday at 5:30. It is not the end, but it is the end of the series, right? So please show up if you can. I also wanted to share a little bit about some of the stuff I got to see. I was able to visit Elder Creek and visit the Student of the Month I had announced, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, or meetings ago, and learn from her teacher and the awesome stuff that they're doing in their classroom, while also getting to know their community schools coordinator a little bit more. And I got to see the cool stuff happening with Dinger and the River Cats, and that was really fun to watch. But also, if you have a community school in your area, board members, I encourage you to look for opportunities to do the same thing, because it is very energizing to interact with the kids in that way. And then last announcement, or no, actually not, last two. Mark Twain is having a fundraiser event through their PTA in hopes to build a new STEM lab. And so with that said, if you would like to participate in supporting that, please reach out to them either through their website, or you can reach out to me and I can connect you. Either way, I think it's a great opportunity for us to come together and really support the kids in that area. And then lastly, it's really nice to hear all of the parent voice that come up here for public comment, but I want to just say there are so many other spaces where your voice is valuable, and so I encourage you to reach out to your school sites and learn about the committees there where your voice can really be amplified. And also, you just heard, we have committees here at the district that we have spots that need to be filled. So if you're in Area 4 and you're interested in learning more about how your voice can be impactful in our Community Schools Advisory Committee, please reach out for that as well. So those are all of my announcements.
Thank you. Member Benjamin.
Yeah, so to piggyback on Board Member Ibarra, we did attend the Know Your Rights Forum, and it was absolutely amazing. Outside of the specific issue it was addressing, it was just great general information. I have a whole pocket full of red cards now, right, that I carry around. It was just absolutely dynamic. So please take time to, if you can, to attend and tell a friend to attend the upcoming Know Your Rights Forum at McClatchy this Tuesday, I believe. Big thing in the area for our students is Little League opening days. We had Oak Park Little League last Saturday, as well as Parkway, which I attended. It was absolutely amazing. Just to see our students outside of the classroom interacting, playing, and those types of things is very nice to see. Board member Board Member Rhodes and I, we attended a scoreboard dedication today at Airport Little League that was sponsored by the River Cats. And so they came and they resurfaced the whole scoreboard. And so it will be lit up this Saturday at Airport Little League's opening day. So please, we welcome you to come out. There will be a parade before the opening day festivities that will start at Harkness Elementary School, I believe at 9 a.m. And we just encourage you to come and get involved. And last but not least, I want to say, give a huge congratulations to Leonardo da Vinci for that Distinguished School award that they won. I went to the school to try to talk to the principal, and I seen the big sign outside, so it looked really, really nice. And so I want to congratulate them on that accomplishment. Thank you. Those are my analysis.
Thank you, Member Benjamin. Member Navarro.
So aside from the events that are happening in Area 3 this Saturday, there's an additional event on Friday. So if you haven't heard, George Washington Carver is having a chili cook-off event tomorrow from 5:30 to 8 p.m. And it's $9 per person if you buy ahead of time, $30 per family. And if you can still go out the door if somehow you missed it, so $10 per person at the door and then $35 per family. I also want to mention that I attended the Defense of Learning panels at New Tech High School. It was a great experience. Actually, my favorite part was actually challenging the students on their technical knowledge. It was great. They all responded very well. I was really impressed. And it's something that I think that, you only really get asked to do in a college level type of class. So I was really excited for the staff that actually do this, but then also more excited the way the students actually go through this, and they're actually very confident and very knowledgeable technically. There was also a member in the panel that was from Sac City College. So he actually teaches all this stuff. So he knew all the stuff, like all the algorithms they're supposed to know and all the search algorithms. So it was pretty cool. I didn't actually have to know that. He was asking all those questions, but I was following up. It was excellent. If you want to experience that too, there is another opportunity for the Engineering and Sciences Academy. They're going to be doing it, I think, April 27th through 30th. I'm not sure if they're all technical, but I think that you guys can jump in that opportunity, find out. It'd be great if you guys can make it. Since we're talking about the School of Engineering and Sciences, the robotics team, so they come up here asking for funding. They need to make it to Houston, right? They're on their way to Houston for the World Championships. So if you can, please consider donating. It is a great opportunity for them. They should get to go. We have to figure out a way to send them. So we will. But yeah, they need your help. It'd be great if you can help out. I think that's it for now. Oh yeah, if you're in Area 3, there will be an opening for an LCAP spot and also the community services, community
schools.
Community schools. So there's 2 positions open if you live in the area. Please talk to me or also talk to the superintendent about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Navarro. Member Rhodes.
I'll keep mine short, I promise. April 25th, Woodbine, you heard it earlier, we're having a community fair. I just want to give a shout out to Brian Peck at the school. His work that he's been doing as the community school person there has been phenomenal. Currently right now, we have 3,200 tickets that he has available, and he has tasked me with helping get those seats filled. And so one of the things that I would like to say to the community, if you guys are interested in going to a game that is coming up here, I believe the game is for May 3rd. And if you're interested, we'll get some information to you guys. But I'm excited to have folks in, talk to the River Cats people today. And the person of the community work said, we want to have students in the seat and we want to compete with the box office. So we want more students than people who have paid for tickets at these next coming games, which is amazing for our community. And that's what the community schools folks are putting together. So I'm very appreciative of that. Also, we were at Parkway Elementary School dedication for our new urban forest. Cal Fire has, he's in the back, Nathaniel's in the back. They did some great work over there. $400,000 investment in South Sacramento. And we're talking about spaces and places that have some of the youngest tree canopy in the city. And is negatively impacted by air quality and heat. And so to have that type of investment right on the south side, the deep south side of the city is huge. And once again, it shows that our district is not only thinking about the education of our students, but their well-being in total. It actually has inspired me to want to plant more trees and do more work that way. And so hopefully through partnerships with SMUD and other partners, we can get some of that work going. But that's all I have for today. And if you guys can, you guys can give the SCES, please do so. We would love to see those kids get down to Houston. They deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Rhodes. With 15 seconds, I'm just going to quickly add that I want to acknowledge the many concerns that folks are raising around TK. We hear you. The district is working very hard. I appreciate our staff moving the timeline as best as they can. Please understand that TK comes with strict guidelines and rules and regulations, especially around access, how close those buildings and classrooms need to be to a restroom, what kind of spaces they can use. So it's not as simple as just opening a space. We need to make sure that space is safe for the littlest people in our rooms and make sure that it's accessible and it is safe. And that is why it takes time to find those locations. We hear your concerns, and I think I can speak for everyone that we also want to make sure students get access to TK and then become part of our Sac City unified family moving forward all the way K through 12. So thank you, we hear you, we appreciate your comments. All right, 10.1, update on ride-free RT. Mr. Ralston.
Woohoo!
It's always exciting when I show up, isn't it? Mr. Flores, you can join me. Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. Tonight, I am joined by Mr. Chris Flores, Chief of Staff for Sacramento Regional Transit District. Together, we'll provide an update to the Ride-Free RT program and work that Chris and I can do together to enhance this program if it continues next school year. As always, as a leading department that injects equity straight into our processes, including community input, I am happy we have this item available to share tonight. Tonight, we will cover a few items which will include the overview I mentioned earlier of the program. Chris will also cover the work the NELP group is doing on everyone's behalf and next steps for Sac City Unified with this group and to make sure our input is captured into the research. Oops. I will return with some possible pathways for the program in 2025-26, which largely is contingent on the yet announced city budget. Finally, we will share some ideas on how we can gather data that is directly impactful to Sac City Unified and our ability to best market this amazing opportunity. Mr. Flores.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Superintendent Allen, Chair Singh, and the members of the board. It's an honor to be here tonight. As Chris mentioned, I'm Chris Flores, Chief of Staff and VP of Real Estate at SAC RT. We truly value the partnership for the Ride-Free RT program. I know it was a last-minute ask last time, but truly appreciate how you guys have stepped up. And I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about where we are with the program and a little bit about the work that the Nehemiah Emerging Leadership Program is doing on our behalf, and I'll turn it over to them when we get there. So what is Ride-Free RT? I think you guys all know is when it was launched in 2019, it was the first of the kind in the nation, an unrestricted youth fare through K through 12 students, about 300,000 students. We were receiving about $1.6 million to launch the program from local jurisdictions and school districts when we launched in 2019. And so why did we launch Ride-Free RT? Besides the significant wins of helping build ridership and helping get students to school and reducing congestion and reducing those pickup lines, we were looking at how we could build ridership back in 2017. And we looked back at the our student population, and it had significantly dropped in terms of ridership from about 04, 05, from when we had basically essentially raised fares on that group. And if you see at the bottom right, students are really the group that receives the least amount of subsidies. I mean, when you talk about employer subsidies or senior disabled subsidies or low income, many of those are not paying full fare. But before that, we were looking at students, and they were mostly paying full fare. And this is a price sensitive group, and we had seen significant ridership drop among our students in that time period. So since that time, we've launched in 2019. We now are on pace to finish this fiscal year with about 5 million boardings among our K through 12 youth. It's a tremendous success story. That's about a 200% increase from when we launched in 2019. We continue, and we can count those by automated passenger counters, APCs, that are on our buses and light rail systems. And the student population makes about 25% of our total ridership. We're on pace to get to close to 20 million this year, but student ridership is about 25% of our ridership, so a very valued group. So looking deeper, and I know this has been a request to the board, and we acknowledge we are working on getting better data of how this works for what the ridership looks like specifically for Sac City Unified. But we use those APC data to pull bus stop numbers, and we can do this for specific schools if you guys do want to see that broken down data. But bus stops that are adjacent to the schools, and we were able to pull that data to see how many, on average, what the daily ridership is during a school day. And at Sac City is about 2,764 boardings. This is just bus, and doesn't include light rail, doesn't include maybe the bus stops that are a few blocks away and the students are riding, doesn't include the transfers that are in there. So it's not going to be a perfect data at this moment, but this is the best we can come up with at the moment that shows it. I'll point out that we operate a 200 series. It's a bus series that operates around the school bells, mostly in Sacramento City Unified School District service area. Those services, we're carrying about 900 passengers per day. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to a group we're working with, the Nehemiah Emerging Leadership Program. One of the things we've been doing since the program was funded last year is engage with the Nehemiah Emerging Leadership Program to understand what does the community feel about this program? What is the data they want to see? How can we create a sustainable program for this? And then how can we also get the school boards, the various school districts that have bought into the program together to get an advisory board to really provide feedback for the program. So the Nehemiah Emerging Leadership Program, I think you guys are probably familiar with it, but they're doing tremendous work for us, and they chose their class project to be the Ride Free RT program, so I'm going to turn it over to them.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amanda Lewis, and with me today I have Taisha Watts, Demisha Coleman, Adriel Okoro, and Torin Dunavant. And we are here representing Class 15 of the Nehemiah Emerging Leaders Program, otherwise known as NELP. Briefly today, we're going to share with you the who, what, and why of our collective efforts with Sacramento Regional Transit. So to talk about the who, we stand here today before you as 5 of 22 emerging leaders in the Sacramento region from all different backgrounds and industries that have come together to learn from one another, bridge communities, and become catalysts of positive change in our region. The NELP program, and specifically our class, is collaborating with SAC-RT to evaluate the impact of Ride Free RT and provide strategic recommendations for its future. Through research, community feedback, and data analysis, NELP is assessing how the program benefits youth and identifying opportunities to enhance its impact. The goal is to highlight Ride Free RT's successes while exploring ways to strengthen its impact. I'm now going to pass it over to my peer.
Great. Torin Dunavant, proud McClatchy alum, by the way. The what is that our project team has engaged in multiple sectors, including schools, municipalities, community organizations. So far, we've met with 35 community-based organizations that service school-based communities throughout the region. We've met with 17 different municipal representatives, transit planners, and regional stakeholders. And we've spoken with all of the superintendents in the district, and as well have had direct meetings with multiple school districts individually. And we're scheduled to meet with a few more over the next few weeks. Our focus has been finding the links between the Ride Free program and the positive impact on students related to reducing absenteeism, improving college readiness, improving extracurricular activities, and improving community involvement. And while we were technically assigned to this project, speaking on behalf of myself and those of us before you and the rest of our class, we have found that this project is deeply meaningful to us and feel it is extremely important to our region. The why is that we see Ride-Free RT as an essential service for our youth, especially those that are living in under-resourced communities. And we recognize that transportation is an equity issue that must be addressed. And Ride for Youth is effectively addressing this issue by increasing access to education for our youth. As a result, we are huge advocates for this program and its continued service to our region.
So thank you so much. Your support is greatly appreciated. We are still working on gathering data and doing outreach, and we look forward to connecting with you all further potentially about this great program. We will be delivering our findings to RT in May and sharing our recommendations for how the Ride-Free RT program can be enhanced and sustained. Thank you.
I believe there are 3 pathways we may need to work through the next couple months as we finish our budget priorities and respond to other entities' priorities. Option 1 is the recent past, which is the city using their bond funding through Measure L to pay for the share needed. The removal of the funding is what changed for this fiscal year. Option 2 is a repeat of the current situation. Many public entities contribute to the program, including an estimated $250,000 from Sacramento City Unified. And option 3 is the end of the program. Sacramento City has some benefits unofficially through SAC-RT, including the Series 200 routes you heard earlier that affect about 16 routes for certain areas in town that cater to around students getting to their school of choice. It would be possible that without funding, these routes would end. How would that impact Sacramento City? On the slide, you can see a cost analysis of best, better, or worse. The amount of students using the passes is unknown, but it is believed that 25% of the students use this service. Also, what would it cost for the district's general fund if we took on some of the scenarios ourselves? If the district were to bring the routes in-house, including the need to buy 16 buses and hire 16 FTEs, it would be an anticipated first-year cost to your general fund of almost $10 million. Another scenario could involve the district buying almost 37,000 passes needed for each student. That would cost about $8.8 million to the general fund next year. Also, the program could revert and students would then get the discounted student rate, but purchase it on their own, something we know families may struggle to do with. The board has asked in the past for real data, and some ideas I have to share tonight may seem simple, but would take some extra work and commitment from leaders, including site principals and teachers, students, and families. Our first is just better marketing. In facilities, we love to show off our work. So with the great team in communications, we'd be able to develop a few layers of propaganda to make sure students know of your investment in them and to take advantage of the Ride-Free RT. We would track the students that get passes, not just deliver a bulk of passes to a site and anyone can pick them up. We would create a way to track how many students from each site use this service. Finally, we are getting good at doing surveys and think some help from the student body councils at the site. We could get information gathered, such as how do they use this pass? Is it just to and from school, work, or all of it? That way, the board will have data to show a return on their investment from the general fund.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have about 7 or 8. We'll begin with Elvia Vasquez, Alma Garcia, and Nora Barraza, all 3 of whom require translation services for a total of 4 minutes each.
Hi, I only need, I guess, 2 minutes. I'm going to say it in English. My name is Elvia Vasquez. I have a son in this district. He is a very passionate student. That's track, and he's in his team in the school. He also goes to Rancho Cordova because he's also very passionate about native plants. And so for these two events, those two things, he has to, at times, take the free ride because I work. His father works far away. So, and I was listening out even though I don't understand the whole thing, I know that the city and the county should invest in our youth. We are a community here too. It does make me very upset, and I'm sorry if I'm going off. We part of the community. I know there's money in the city, but we don't decide where they put it. I know the expansion of the jail is going to cost a lot of money. The police is well-funded, so they need to pay. The school, I know we're struggling. We need the money. We are less social workers, like I heard earlier, also mental health. So I'm here to say also that I know many parents as an organizer, and they're struggling because they work in 2 jobs. And we know who those students are: low-income community, low unhoused students. So we're part of the city. We are part of this community. So I'm here to ask you guys to be together and for the city or the county to pay for the difference like the last year. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Alma García.
Good evening, my name is Alba Gracia.
Yo soy parte de Sacramento ACT y soy mamá de 3 niños, 2 estudian en la McClatchy High School.
I'm a member of Sacramento ACT, and I'm a mother of 3 children, 2 of which go to McClatchy High School.
La mayor ya está en la universidad.
And the oldest is in university.
Yo soy representante de ILAC, de la Escuela McClatchy y también de DILAC. Bueno, primeramente, gracias por la oportunidad de expresarme.
I'm an ELAC representative and also a DLAC representative. But first, I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity to express myself in front of you.
Bueno, pues yo estoy preocupada acerca de las tarjetas gratis para transporte de nuestros estudiantes.
I'm worried about the free ride cards that are being offered to the students.
Yo veo como muchos estudiantes, muchos, bajan del camión y cruzan hacia la escuela diariamente.
I see that there's a lot of kids that are getting off of the bus and on their way to school.
Ellos no se imaginan que cada año está en riesgo su transporte diario. No se imaginan que su transporte está en riesgo diariamente.
I can't believe that transportation is at risk right here.
En mi vecindario, las escuelas no quedan cerca de sus casas.
In my neighborhood, the schools are not close to the homes.
Son personas de bajos recursos que no tienen manera de transportarse.
There are a lot of people in low-income people who don't have a way to transport themselves to school.
Con dificultades pagan su renta y pues su comida.
And they have difficulty paying their rent and their groceries.
Por favor, yo pediría que continúen dándoles tarjetas a nuestros estudiantes.
I'm asking you to please continue giving the ride cards to the students.
Desearía que los recursos sean de la ciudad o del condado.
Whether those cards come from the city or the county.
No, I'm sorry, I have to correct that. No, it's not funny. What she's suggesting is that the county or the city fund it.
That's what I said.
That's what she was saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Sí, ¿verdad? El mensaje era de que usted está sugiriendo de que pague la ciudad o el condado.
Sí, yo quisiera que Ajá.
That's what I said.
Ajá. Sí, y que pues el distrito no pague, porque el distrito me gustaría que use el dinero para nuestros estudiantes.
I don't want the district to pay. I want the district money to be used for our students.
Sí.
Nuestros estudiantes ya tienen muchos obstáculos para ponerles uno más. Muchísimas gracias.
The parents have a lot of obstacles already, and we don't need any more. Thank you.
Next is Nora Barraza, followed by Maria Beltran and Maria Torres.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Nora Barraza.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Barraza.
Soy padre de estudiantes de Luther Burbank High School.
I am a parent of students at Luther Burbank High School.
Hoy vengo a pedir por nuestros estudiantes para que ustedes, como miembros de cada área, apoyen a nuestros hijos tanto en el condado como en la ciudad.
Today I'm asking for each of you as members and representatives of each of your respective areas that you support the students from the county and the city.
Soy presidenta de ILAC de Luther Burbank High School y he estado mirando, muchos de nuestros estudiantes usan el transporte gratis para llegar a la escuela y a diferentes áreas.
I'm the president of the ELAC at Luther Burbank High School, and I've noticed that a lot of the students in the program use the ride passes to get to school.
Hay estudiantes que son niños de foster home, niños que no tienen el apoyo de sus padres biológicos, sino de otras familias.
There are students that come from foster homes that don't have the support from their biological parents, but from other families instead.
Es temporada de graduaciones y muchos de ellos usan el transporte para ir a diferentes áreas, para poder hacer sus trabajos, para graduarse.
And there are also other students who use these passes to go to different areas, to go to their jobs and to be able to graduate.
Hoy doy la cara tanto por mis hijos como para los estudiantes, no nomás por la área que me corresponde, sino para apoyar a otros estudiantes de diferentes culturas.
I'm before you now, not just for my own kids, but for all of the kids in different areas, and not just my area that is the one that I can correspond to, but also that kids from other cultures as well.
De antemano, muchas gracias. Y como dijo la señora Alma, hoy queremos pedirles a ustedes que no pongan dinero del distrito escolar, sino que la ciudad y el condado nos apoyen. Creo que el distrito tiene muchos lugares donde poner más dinero para nuestros estudiantes.
And so I'm here to ask you to please do not put district money into this program, but instead convince the county and the city to continue to support us, because the district has many more places where we could put this money that would be very important.
De antemano, muchas gracias, y a cada uno de ustedes, representantes, apoyen a nuestros niños. Muchas gracias.
I thank all of you in advance, and I just want to just say, all of you, thank you for supporting us.
Mi nombre es María Beltrán, tengo 3 hijos en el distrito, padre líder del Sacramento Act. Estoy aquí representando a los padres que sus hijos usan el transporte público y que no pueden estar presentes hoy. No queremos que se corte el transporte para los estudiantes, ya que para ellos es muy importante el uso del bus para llegar a la escuela. Queremos que ustedes, la ciudad y el condado trabajen con el Departamento de Transportación para mantener el recurso.
My name is Maria Beltran, and I have 3 kids in Sac City, and I'm a parent leader with SAC Act. I'm here representing those parents whose students use the bus and the RT program and cannot be here today. We do not want this to end, and the RT program is important for school attendance. We want you all to work with the city and the county and RT to sustain this program.
Mi nombre es María Torres, padre líder del SAC y tengo hijos en el distrito. Estoy aquí porque... porque el programa de transportación es importante para los jóvenes y queremos trabajar juntos con ustedes y la ciudad y el condado.
My name is Maria Torres. I'm a parent leader of the SAC Act, and I have children in this district. I'm here because the transportation program is really important for the children, and we want to work with you guys and the city and the county to keep it good.
I don't need an extra minute for interpretation. My name is Lucero Soto. I'm a community organizer with Sacramento Act, and I'm here with parent leaders because we know that last year the decision to place $250,000 on our district was a big hurdle. We thank you all for taking the leadership in doing it. However, we really want to encourage you all as board members to use your power and influence to push our county and our city. It's really unfortunate that this presentation is so late. As we know, the budget cycle, a lot of these conversations happened months ago, and we're having different research meetings with several of you. We've already began to have meetings as part of our organizing model, and we are also meeting with City Council, the county, and RT. So we just want you all to know that we want this program to continue, and we want to be part of creating a system that does not require us to come here year after year, and also to uplift that it's not just school that is getting the benefit and students getting the benefit, but resources that our city is investing in, county, parks, right? The bus is a main way that students are getting these services. And lastly, I will say that both our city, our district, and our county uplift that they protect immigrant families. As we know, the bus is one of the ways that students could get to school without their families being in danger. So again, we just want to invite you all. We're here as a community partner. We're doing meetings to uplift all of this. You can count on us, and we really invite you all as we go to city council meetings to show up so parent leaders in your areas can see that you all are actively engaging. And again, that we are here to support you all. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Allen, it's a pleasure to be able to be here to speak to you today about the RT program. I just wanted to send my voice out there and again ask for you to flex your power with the City Council. The bus system, just for my family in particular, is a goal. We have twin boys, 17 years old, 6 feet tall. One wants to drive, one can't wait to get on the bus. So we're probably gonna both be on the bus. But I wanted to let you know that it's an opportunity. And we're gonna be probably beyond our 12th grade year, continuing as students. So it's our promotion to be able to be on that bus. And we can put our pennies together, but we all know that there are foster youth, there are disabled youth, there are blind youth, there are parents that are transporting their young ones. And we are just asking, first of all, let me just stop and say, thank you for stepping up last year, because that was a move by the city. And it was not a very noble move. So I do appreciate that. Thank you for keeping Ms. McNamara too. But I just want to also let you know that we have a goal to get on that bus. We have several destinations. We're headed to college, and Ms. McNamara will be planning our college, and we'll be taking the bus to go see her. So it's a cycle of opportunity that RT program is providing. I hope that we are finding reasonable ways for data collection to be paid for through the other channels. Okay? Because I understand that that's important and it has to be paid for, but we cannot, I don't believe, absorb any cost. As an LCAP member, I'm hearing all of these challenges and all of the struggles we do through general fund to pay for everything. So anything we can do to be there, we would like to partner with you. We are going to be at the City Council, and we have a change of the guard, as you know. We are no longer dealing with our old leadership, so it's good to get on the docket when we have somebody fresh in. Thank you all so much for your time.
Final speaker on this topic is Mo Kashmiri.
Pass.
No more public comment.
What? Well, because he has so much history with the whatever.
Mr. Ralston. Questions, comments by the board? Member Ibarra.
I have this on the whole time? Okay. I guess I never turned it off. Good evening. I have a bunch of questions, but they're going to be more geared towards the RT presenter tonight, which was also Chris. Thankfully, most of my questions were answered in your presentation, but I do still have, so I just want to start off by saying it was a great presentation. I do feel like the city should have been here also in the conversation, because a lot of the questions, I think, not only from us, but also from the public, are geared towards them. So please keep that in mind as I'm asking these questions. So with that said, bunch of concerns. So the first one, I hear you all share about the data collection and how you've come together to look at what are ways we can gather it together. But I really want to make sure that this is intentionally being collaborative, because you did mention the 200 series. And in the work that I have done before becoming a trustee, part of it that was advocating for the expansion of the 200 series, and there were several attempts to reach out to RT and try to bring the conversation together around the expansion of that. Now, fast forward, when we were applied pressure, the district, to save the program, and then I wasn't on the board at the time, but the board at the time decided to go ahead and move forward with that funding. Part of the agreement or understanding that we had got as community members was that SAC-RT would create a committee that was supposed to be done by January 2025. So my first question is, what is the status of that advisory committee? And how can we utilize that so that we are able to see what some of those needs are, not only within our district, but in the neighboring districts, because we did see the numbers that they make up a little bit more than half of the riders, right? I don't know if you want me to keep asking questions, or if you want me to pause and let you.
Well, thank you. And I think the committee, so we brought on the MI Emerging Leaders as a part of the project to get this study done for us and the report back in May. And so we kind of did put a pause on that. We did offer to have a Sac City Unified School District Committee if needed specifically, but we really wanted to bring in larger school districts as a whole within the SCOE region, knowing that this, there are some school districts that Folsom Cordova, for example, that isn't currently contributing, and I know we're having those discussions with them. But I think the committee is going to be very valuable for how getting feedback to us, analyzing routes. Obviously, we are fiscally constrained. We're using currently SB 125. It's a state relief funds to offset our budget, in the next couple of years. So we are in a position to be expanding service, but we are doing a comprehensive operational analysis currently. It's a relook at where our routes go. It's something that post-COVID, with annexations of SAC-RT now assuming control of the Elk Grove Unified School, or Elk Grove Schools, or Elk Grove Transit System, and Folsom. We're relooking at those routes, and so we plan to actually have a subcommittee of the school districts that will be advising that as well. But I do envision that to be separate, because that's a COA effort. So hopefully that answered your question.
That did answer my question. And then my next question is, when it comes to not only the 200 series, but also just in general, the routes that you currently have, what is SAC-RT currently doing? And you just mentioned that there is a lack of funding for data collection, but it is very important for us to understand that there needs to be improvement and expansion, not only of our 200 series routes, but the safety. I have a big concern for safety when it comes to the riders, specifically the students. So the area that I represent, there's a high concentration of students that are transporting and connecting off of Stockton and Fruit Ridge, and that is scary. That is, so and that's not the only, that's just one example of the many things, right? So these are all conversations that I feel like should have happened if we would have had the committee in January. So that's why I have a lot of concern around that.
Can I just ask, is the safety more pedestrian safety, not like the feeling of safety, or is it both?
When I say safety, I'm talking about where you're, not only like where they are at, like where your stops are located, but also the accessibility to it.
accessibility. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my next question, thank you for your responses so far.
The reason I
Wait,
ask
did
is we recently got a grant that Safe Routes to Transit, so kind of similar to a Safe Routes to School, envisioning how we can help improve that. And so we're going to be kicking off that effort coming up very shortly.
Okay. And then the next concern or questions that I have around is, does RT currently provide training to its drivers that ensures that they're implementing this program appropriately and equitably to our students?
Yes, we do. So there is, we obviously have a number of operators, over 800 operators throughout our system. So we have, I'm aware of a few instances where we've had some issues where operators were not accepting the right free RT cards. It was specific to Route 62. We've issued bulletins to all of those operators. We did trainings through the supervisors. So it's certainly something that we are reminding our operators, but we do have turnover among our operators, some trainees, so it's something we have to continually remind them to do so.
Absolutely. And the reason I asked that question is because when we're funding trainings or programs to other things in the district, we have to make sure we have protocol on how that's going to roll out. And so based off of those incidents that you're referencing, that's an indicator to me that there may be room for improvement there. And that's, something that I think is important for our students as well as we look at this program. Now, I don't have any more questions for you per se, but this is more for you all as a board, like for us as a board, is that we missed an opportunity of a whole year to collaboratively work together, and now it feels like we got this presentation and it's rushed and we have a deadline that we're approaching, and it feels like we're going to get cornered again to feel the pressure of funding once again this program. And I think that there are so many ways that we can come together and really go to the city and county to continue funding this, because the reality is that it's not only providing transportation for our students, it's providing opportunity for folks to get to work and therefore bringing more money into our economy as a city and as a county, right? And so to come here and say that, give the presentation and the message sounded like we are getting this great deal, the reality is the city is, not us. And so I appreciate all of your efforts in the presentation, but those are my comments and questions for this evening.
Thank you, Member Ibarra. Moving on to Member Benjamin.
So thank you for the presentation. It's really informative. So my history with RT and Sac City Unified School District goes way back to the 80s, right? Where we did have dedicated buses to get to our middle school. So I grew up in Oak Park. We didn't have a middle school. So you either had to go 4.2 miles to what was then Kit Carson, which is now Umoja, or 4.2 miles to Cal Middle School, right? So what happens is it created a situation to where if you couldn't afford it, because I think it was $1 either way, it's $10 a week, right? Then you had to walk, right? And so I guess transportation is a huge barrier. I kind of ran on that, right? How do we look at this transportation problem as it pertains to absenteeism? So I have a question, and maybe this is for NELP or you two, which is the student use data, right? I'm curious. It's TK to 12, but obviously from TK to 3, a parent's not going to put their child on the bus by themselves. So my question is there a parent program, right? Can you ride, which I know it's free for the student, but is it free for the parent, especially considering that we tend to build out parent support programs, right? And so where is the RT free ride program in terms of that? And then secondly, can someone for me define student ridership, right? As it pertains to just my point I was just making, elementary, middle, and high school. Because obviously let's say TK through 3, I don't know if the numbers, right, at what level they're riding. So,
So really the data we provided was for middle school and high schools for those locations. There's a second part of the question. Okay.
So you're basically saying the student ridership, student use data, is just for middle and high school?
Yeah, we didn't pull the bus stops from the elementary schools and try to analyze that, assuming that for the same sake you are saying, it's most likely they're not riding alone. They may be riding with their parents, and we can pull that data and look at it too. But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Benjamin. Member Navarro.
So I want to thank Chris and the team for the presentation, and SAC-RT for coming out and presenting. Also the NELP team for coming out, and then also SAC-ACT parents for coming and doing a public comment. So do I have a mic on? Yeah. Okay, so one of the questions I have is what kind of process is available to a student that encounters an issue? Since we had at least 2 incidents that I know about, how do they go about addressing that issue? And does that need improvement?
So the card does have the customer service number for SAC-RT on the back. There certainly is room for improvement. I think we're discussing whether there can be a specific line that goes to for ride-free RT complaints, so that we can manage them and better triage them and have the appropriate person responding to them. We've worked with CBO in terms of safety. We've worked with CBOs, knowing that sending a police officer for juveniles that are out there just making noise and maybe not necessarily listening isn't the best way to do it. So we've been working with CBO groups as well to try to address that. So, yeah.
Okay. The other question that I have is, it was mentioned in the presentation, I don't know if it's for you or for Chris, well, you guys are both Chris's, right?
Yeah.
But for Mr. Ralston. So about the possibility of getting Measure L funding, has there been talks about that at all? And is that something that maybe NELP is in charge of doing? How is that being talked about?
Yeah, well, I'll say NELP is certainly, that's one of the things they were looking at for the city is a Measure L funding that could be used for this program that, they've said, their attorneys have said last year that wasn't something that was eligible because it wasn't not a new program, but I think there's something, if you look at that, you could probably look into that a little bit further. But no, I don't know if the city is currently considering that. Certainly we're requesting funding for them to continue to support the program.
So then I have another question then. So about the committee, so there's no plan on actually setting a committee that would involve us, possibly people from the board. Is all the work relating to this free ride RT program falling on NELP, and we have to wait for it until May? Or is there other work happening behind the scenes, like maybe superintendents talking to each other? I'm not really sure. I haven't talked to the superintendent about this.
Chris and I work together. We're trying to do better than we did last year, right? Last year was kind of a uh-oh in June. We're in April. So we're doing already better than last year.
Okay.
And we're trying to learn those lessons, but you're not going to turn a ship that we didn't even know we were riding on in a year. And I think we have an interest from listening to you guys last year was, what's your long-term plan? Not what are we going to do year to year, and even like the public comment, year to year. Shouldn't be done that way. I think there's some work, and they've actually owned a lot of that work and research. They're doing groups. We have the questions that they're going to ask. I've received them. I think I need to get some word out to Ms. Marking. How are we going to address those questions? When he's offered a committee, if it's a Sac City only committee, or do we want to get all the district together? I think we need to create that framework and have that process figured out before we just jump in and start chatting. Because then there's no pathway to, you have an interest, I have an interest, maybe somebody else, teachers and students have interest. We need to make sure we collect some information and we have some agendas, and I think it's going to take some time. I think this year, coming early, we're ready to anticipate what may be happening a lot better than we have last year, but we've already started figuring out what does this look like so that this isn't a rush every year.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah, and I don't have much to add on, just that it was so late in the game last year, and then we were going through a process of getting the invoices, following up with the various school districts that were contributing and the entities, and then I'll apologize. I did go out on paternity leave in December, right when I was hoping to schedule a bigger district meeting. I am happy to meet with Sac City Unified. I know I've gone to New Tech, I've gone to McClatchy, I've gone to other schools. So happy to do that. In the meantime, if that's easier, we have gotten in front of the SCOE of all the superintendents and made a presentation as well. They know that we're working to secure funding to make this program but like we said, we don't want to be here every year. We want to find a long-term solution for this, and that's really why we're hoping to help NELP and others kind of guide us. Certainly, if there is a future transportation measure on the ballot, that's something we would want to identify as kids ride free, put that in there as a sustainable mechanism for this program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cayetano.
Yeah, they may have something on Measure L, so I'll let them.
Oh, okay.
They may know more.
Hi, my name is Taisha Watts. In terms of the question around looking at different measures, our group has been broken off into 3 sectors. So we have one group that focuses on targeting municipalities and local officials, and then we have a communities group, and then we also have a group that works directly with the school districts. And specifically for the municipality group, when we're meeting with local officials, they are recognizing that there may be a need to update the tax, whether it's through Measure A or Measure L. They want to assess how they can get that on the ballot. And one thing that they're talking about is first they want to survey the public, because there's often a discrepancy of how we use the tax either to improve our roads or expand transportation. So they want to gauge what would be the best mechanism for getting buy-in from the public to do a tax, and either having that survey come out during this year to get on the general election, or doing another election year, just seeing which one would be more favorable. So we are still in communication with different local officials and municipalities, looking at SACOG to talk also about the emission rates of how we can also have that type of awareness to look at how we can have different funding streams. So we do recognize we're not just trying to put the onus on school districts, but also working locally with our cities and communities, like you said, who do benefit from this as well, so that we can bring you all together and work collaboratively.
And just briefly to add on to that, we are providing recommendations for the Community Advisory Board. And with that, we were looking to have representatives from each of the major school districts, and so that we can hear the feedback that you all have to give to support the Ride Free RT program. Thank you.
And just one last add, we do have a current student survey that is live. It went live just about 2 days ago. So as soon as we get the data from that, we will be sharing that as well.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm still on. All right, so this is all comments, no questions, so please feel free to relax. I know Chris Flores in particular probably is wondering what I'm going to do, because I've sent Superintendent probably about 100 questions about this, and maybe a third of those got to you. So no, I just have some general comments here tonight. First of all, I'd like to encourage NELP to reach out to this school board in advance of any sort of committee that gets created, because we've been the most affected by the city kicking this football into our lawn last year. And I think you're going to get some good feedback from us. So looking forward to those conversations, because again, it's hard to really get into the meat of this in 3 to 4 minutes of comment here from the dais. I also wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Chris Flores and your team and RT staff. You've been put in a really difficult situation, and I know when I spoke on this last year, there was a little bit of animosity that almost like RT didn't do enough to help us. But I understand that even though you have 2 city council members on your board, that's not your entire board. Is it 3? Yeah. It's 3, that's right. It's not your entire board, though there are 3. But you have competing priorities. You have big vision tasks that you really need to be spending your time on. I mean, I've watched many of your board meetings. I was watching them before this, but now I've watched all of them in the past 2 years. I'm really excited to see the future you have for improving transportation in our city, and I don't want this to interfere with that. But I also want to make sure that students and families are a component of that, which obviously they are when you talk about what you're doing with Stockton Boulevard. All this is part of it, right? At the end of the day, I think a lot of it doesn't help generally to bring up history, but I think a little bit of reminding ourselves of where we were about 10 months ago is kind of relevant. The city of Sacramento really did commit a harm here by kicking this to Sac City Unified and a couple other districts, but really mostly to us, in the way that they did and in the timeline that they did so, because it really put us in a situation where, I've spoken with many people before we were all on the board and now about how we want to improve transportation for our students and our families. And this kind of put us on our back feet, where we're in a position where we're not creating a program that works for our needs and our students, and conversations that we'd been already having with RT were kind of put on the back burner. And we're more focused on how do we get the funding for a program that was never our program in the first place. This was the city's program that RT supported, but really it was the city's program. And that's what it is, in my mind, until we decide to pick the next phase. And I have real trouble continuing to fund this, even at a $250,000 a year rate, to buy the city time for their blunder and their harm on their community that they committed by essentially pulling the rug out from this program and making other people pay to keep it going. So I think right now, my biggest ask of anyone who's watching and to share with, your friends and family, first of all, I think people don't necessarily realize that we were asked to backfill this program. I think for all the publicity of the program, it still appears to be, to a layperson, it's an RT program. And maybe if they read a little bit deeper, it's a city program. But to understand that we are now contributing money that we could be spending on student education in other ways, I think is really important. And to really mandate the city, contact your city council member, come to the city council meetings. I'm gonna be there with SAC Act. And we're gonna say, you need to fund this and you need to work with us to find a future program. You can't just make us pay for this and then tell us to figure it out if we wanna. We didn't create this program. We didn't create this problem. Harkening back to what Nelp just said a little while ago about looking at revenue measures, I am all in on having this district and hopefully other school districts join with our city, county, other city partners to do a comprehensive tax measure for transit that benefits everything SAC RT is doing, which is truly amazing. Finally get that green line to the airport, my God. And more importantly, have a measure that what we've found from doing our own bond measure last year, you sell the community what they actually want and what is about growing our city and our community. The measures that have been done in the past that are, building out Grant Line and putting new sprawl and all this, that's not creating a sustainable transit program. That's creating something that's even more difficult to serve by transit, because even if we make it perfect new roads with bus shelters everywhere and all these bike lanes, we still need to have X number, and I'm saying we, I mean RT, needs so many more bus drivers, buses, it's completely unaffordable. Transit works in a dense urban community, and Sac City Unified is at the core of turning our city around to being a place where we should grow up on the inside. And Sac RT, I think that's the real harm to me that this conversation about the money has caused, is that we haven't been able to have that conversation in the past year about how we can work together to create a transit-oriented community, not just for our students, but for our whole community, where Sacramento really is a place where Sac RT can actually get a little more sustainable just at the fare box recovery. So with that, I would also say there's some issues that I will bring up here briefly, and then I will take them with me to City Council. But I understand this material is meant to be helpful, but it appears that we're presented with kind of some worst case scenarios of, if you don't do this, it's going to cost you $10 million, which I think isn't accurate. I think if we didn't fund this program and the city didn't fund it either, we can find a way to subsidize kids to get transit passes at the student pass rate, and it would cost us probably about this, maybe more, but it would allow us to be in a position where we're not on our back feet and where we actually are in the room. Because as much as we're in the room in this conversation, we really aren't in the room in the larger sphere. That's the unfortunate reality of the fact. We are considered a small player. Chris Flores, I commend you in the letter you wrote us last year, acknowledging that, hey, it's $250,000. And I took it badly at the time. It's like, well, we're such a small fish, you don't care about our money. But I do understand at the end of the day, there is much bigger priorities. And if we're not part of that conversation in ways that aren't around money, but are about people understanding that we're a quarter of your ridership and that we are the foundation of our community and, like I just said, hopefully the future of our urbanized community, that will allow us to be in a place where we really do work on longer term solutions, whether that's a tax measure, whether that's us figuring out another way, even if it involves us funding it with our general fund money, that is sustainable and reflects our priorities. And to one more issue that I've kind of heard at RT meetings, but also at city council meetings, is there's this sense that Sac City in particular, but the school districts in general, should be paying for this because we're the ones getting the benefit, because we get ADA if kids can get to school. I think, obviously, these bus passes make it much easier for families to get to school. And I rode the bus to school myself when I was in high school. I definitely appreciate that, and I think we should make it as easy as possible. But it's not a one-to-one relationship, that if we didn't have this program, we'd all of a sudden lose every single one of those riders. I think it's a little bit insulting to families on the city council's part to say, if they don't have the bus, Sac City is not going to find a way to get them to school, and those parents aren't going to find a way to get the kids to school. They'll find a way. It might be more difficult. It might be, a walking bus. It might be, maybe we would have a little bit of, truancy go up, but it wouldn't be just like we lose all of a sudden all those student ADAs. So I think the sense that we should be funding this and other people shouldn't be funding it really is the part that bothers me the most. This, right now, in my mind, until we find a new sustainable future, it's a city program. The city needs to come back to the table and backfill that $1 million and then join us in the conversation to fix this moving forward. But anyway, like I said, no questions, just comments, and I'm really looking forward to future conversations where we can get into the weeds.
I do want to clarify, Member Kaida, that it was our staff that provided you the math on the what ifs. It wasn't meant to scare anybody, but you're in that process right now of budget development, making choices. It is my job to give you the facts, and the best thing I can do is there's 16 Route 200 and 16 bus. You get the math, right? It wasn't meant to scare anybody, and I'm sorry if that's how you took it, but it really is to give you the data. It's not meant, hey, look what kind of deal we're. My job is to give you the data and make sure that you make the decision you want to make on our behalf. But I also don't want to go, well, I didn't know that was going to happen. So I just want to make sure you are quite aware of that. The other issue that has come up is you don't have to wait for us to come to you. We're working on a sustainable program, so that's going to take a little bit of time, but you've got a lot of friends and a lot of places that are making these decisions for us. And I think that's what you can be helping us with, is grease some of those wheels while we're trying to figure out our side to give to the superintendent, to bring to you, and what that sustainable program may be in different pathways that we shared. But that would be really helpful also because they're in the same budget process we're in, and maybe there's some friends that we can ask for some help on.
Member Navarro.
Just one clarification question. Is the free RT program cost 1.5 or $1 million? I think I saw.
The program is worth.
Well, to operate the program costs more than that, right?
Yeah.
We have recouped about 1.5 to 1.6 over each year over the 5 years. The county has last year adopted a $350,000 commitment for the next 5 years. We work with all the other cities; they all contribute, and so we're hoping to encourage the city to continue to contribute a higher dollar amount. But yes, 1.5 to 1.6 is what we had. Certainly, if the program was to go away, we would actually anticipate our fare revenue would be higher than that. We'd have less expenses, so we'd be in a better budgetary situation, but we would see a significant drop in riders of K through 12, and that's not something we want to see.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I will just add very quickly that I appreciate all the comments and the presentation, and especially the comments from my colleagues. I believe some of the comments that we have for you are best served in a different forum, which includes the city of Sacramento, because you can't take many of those back, and you're not going to be making those presentations. I will say for my colleagues that if we focus on our students, then we focus on the priorities of the city, which include traffic safety, pedestrian deaths, bike rider deaths, and as scary as it sounds, if there's a scary stat I want to throw out without any definite details, if our students are not riding the bus, then our students are on the streets, our students are riding bikes, and this city is not designed for bikes or pedestrians, and that is what scares me. I gave public comment last year at City Council. I have no issue doing it again and speaking to preserve the ride-free program as best as possible. I personally do not want to play a cat and mouse game on whether we choose $0 or $250,000. That's just me. I'm happy to push whatever we want to push as a board, but that's just not a risk I want to take on. But at the same time, I do want us to use our voice as strongly as possible. So I encourage all our fellow board members to advocate in your capacity and do what we have to do to preserve this program, and just appreciate you both with this presentation, everyone who came. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So next up, we have 10.2 college readiness update.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Allen that just stepped out. My name is Christina Espinoza, and I serve as the Director for College and Career Readiness, and I'm joined here by my amazing team. We're going to be providing a very brief update today about the awesome work that the College and Career Readiness Department has been working on this over this last year. To open up, as we will actually demonstrate to you how we've operationalized one of the items here in terms of interrupting inequities as outlined in our core values. So we're excited to share that with you today. Here's a glossary of terms in case you please ask for clarification after the presentation if you have any questions about. We're going to be using a whole lot of acronyms today. This is just a brief graphic which demonstrates the large bodies of work and that is falls within the College and Career Readiness Department. And again, this is just a org chart of those doing this work that we're going to be sharing today. So all of the work within our department primarily falls within the LCAP Goal 1, which is essentially increasing our graduation rate and the A through G completion rate and the completer rate. All of that falls within the CCI indicator. So just as a quick reminder, we had a very ambitious goal of increasing graduation rate by 5% by 2027. And I'm actually, feeling very encouraged right now, and I think that that is an attainable goal. Just some historical context. What you'll see is in 2017, we started really coordinating the efforts of counselors within our school district and taking, just really being targeted in terms of the interventions that we're providing schools to ensure that they were graduating and getting access to A through G coursework. A through G courses are the minimum course requirements in order to be eligible to a four-year college or university in the state of California. And as you can see in blue is the progression of graduation of the graduates within our district, and in red you'll see those completing the A through G rate. The green bar represents the work that we had done right up until COVID. To the right, you will see the data representing post-COVID. And you'll see that although we took a dip, we are steadily seeing an increase there. So we're making our way back up. The CTE participants in completion are depicted in this graph. Again, similar pattern, you'll see that students, we have seen a steady increase in the number of students earning completer status, which is the completion of one concentrator in a capstone course in a CTE pathway. All of this work is supported by school counselors. So school counselors influence greatly the work related to graduation in A through G and CTE completion. So the scope of their work is very broad and requires a depth of knowledge. As a department, we are committed to providing the direct support and professional learning necessary in order for the counselors to do this work. So I'm not going to read everything, but some of the services included there are direct support with college and career exploration activities, anything related to course selection, the college matriculation process, financial aid applications. There's a lot of work around that this year, given the delays in the federal government. So a lot of work went into supporting the school counseling teams. And then also a lot of work related to just in the relationship with other departments within the school district. And today, again, we're going to be highlighting one of those partnerships in addition to the college mentors in our youth development department. Really high level, this is just a summary of all of the touches essentially and services that our school counselors have been providing over this last year. You'll see a total number of Sac State applicants. We're finally back to pre-pandemic numbers, so we were really excited to see that. The number of students receiving Tier 1 college and career type activities at the school sites, not centrally coordinated ones, reached 10,000 students. So that's really, something that we were proud of this last year. In response to one of the requests for a few years here from our OutCap PAC, they've been wanting for quite some time for us to be able to develop a 4-year plan for our students so that they can actually, develop a 4-year plan. This year we were able to operationalize that, so we're super excited about that, and this gives our students the ability to select courses 4 years in advance and will allow parents to be engaged in that process as well. All of that work cannot be done unless we have the infrastructure through the master scheduling process. So again, this is direct support to our APs and principals at our school sites to ensure that we're creating the academic programming that will give students as many options, as possible. That's inclusive. In our district, we measure that by ensuring that students get access to the A through G courses. That includes, any AP and IB advanced course work, and that's developed through the master schedule. All right, now we're going to quickly share some of the CTE work.
Good evening, Board. Again, Daniel Spinka, the Career Readiness Director. Just fix this. And I'm joined here, not Jill Thomas, Ashley Clark, and I'll introduce why she's up here with us in a moment. So what you're seeing quickly is the different CTE and linked learning pathways throughout the district. We also have the different resources that we manage within the CTE department. I just want to touch on the level of restricted federal and state compliance in most of the monetary resources that we manage. And some of those resources are really project specific. So they'll focus on maybe a specific pathway or some really honed in specific focus. And we do have a K-12 Strong Workforce grant that's really focused on the special populations work that we're going to be talking about tonight. So this is like a conceptual framework on how we've approached community collaboration involving both inter-district collaboration and how we're engaging with different community partners around the Sacramento area. And you'll see in the red box there that we're really taking a focus on priority populations that align to the LCAP, and also within that, focusing on our unhoused populations and as part of those larger focal populations. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. This is just high level, some of the linked learning and CTE work that's happening around the district and some of the support that we're directly providing to school sites, both through our career technicians at school sites, our coordination through the central office, and so on and so forth. So you can kind of review this, and we look forward to asking questions later. As Christina mentioned earlier, we saw a huge increase in CT student participants. We've also seen a huge increase in our work-based learning. Those 10,000 engagements district-wide, this is kind of some of what you'll see all over the district is really students engaging with industry, students really getting hands-on learning, and really just some awesome learning experience. And that's really due to the amazing efforts of the folks behind me. These are some more amazing pictures of what you would see. And actually, we have right in the middle here was an amazing experience at New Tech. I know they're coming up right after us. So here's what I really want to focus on. I know we're getting low on time, but it's a collaboration between the CT department and the Homeless Student Services. I'm going to kind of pass on to Ashley to kind of talk a little bit about how this came about and some of the impact that we've had.
Hi there, Ashley Powers-Clark, Homeless Education Services Coordinator for the district. So the slide that you see up here right now is actually a photo that I took while I was at a conference. So I was at a homeless education conference, and I sent this photo to Daniel, and I was like, wait a minute, do you understand that students who are experiencing homelessness graduate at a 96% rate when they participate in CTE pathways, compared to a 68% rate statewide? Now, if we think about the potential impact of that, Youth who do not have a high school diploma are 4.5 times more likely to be homeless later in life. And so when we drill that down and really look at what's going on in terms of the crisis of homelessness in our community and our district, only about 55 to 60% of our students experiencing homelessness graduate high school. So we can think about that, right? And you can think about, you know, four out of those 10 kids, and that likelihood, 4.5 times more likely to stay homeless. And so for us, and honestly everybody else that we talked to about this, participation in CTE was like an absolute no-brainer. We've never seen anything like have that kind of impact. We could improve graduation rates and get that up to 96%. So that's when we just took a deep dive into our data. We looked at our data from 23-24 and asked how many of our students experiencing homelessness are currently enrolled in CTE. And that was only about 17%. Okay, so we looked at 23-24, and we only had 17% of students experiencing homelessness enrolled in CTE. The next step was, this is a very common process I'm sure you've heard about, was we said, who can have an impact on this? So we pulled together, first off, Daniel and Christina, who were already well aware of the impact CTE could have. And then we talked to our high school teams, our administrators, our 9th grade academia teachers were absolutely amazing to work with. We brought teams together, you show them the data, there's nobody that says this isn't a good idea. So what we did is we worked with those counselors, and we did one-on-one outreach to every single 9th grader experiencing homelessness, and we got 71% of those students enrolled in CTE pathways for the next school year. So that's flipping that 17 to 71% just by aligning the resources that we have. So you can think about the impact of what their lives could be like, how different their lives could be by graduating high school, and it's just pretty exciting.
Thank you, Ashley. And so this really is a great example of the aligned efforts that we've been working really hard to do in college and career readiness across the board. All of these departments that you see above, we have really intentional efforts and collaborations going on across the district that we're really proud of. And here's some of the future innovations that we're working on that you'll see this summer and the fall. We have some amazing extended learning going on over the summer. Last year, Superintendent Allen was gracious enough to be a guest speaker and a mentor to a number of our students. We're going to actually scale that by about double this summer. We have community partners from around the district who've leaned in to create even more amazing experiences that we're really excited about, and some other amazing news that you'll be hearing about in the weeks to come. So with that, we open it up to questions. Yeah, pretty close to the 10 minutes.
Public comment?
We do have one speaker, Terrence Gladney.
Hello again. Specifically around, I'm obviously in the LCAP PAC space. I'm BAAB, Black African American Advisory Board, but I'm also the father of a Black man who matriculated through this district, and a nephew and multiple nephews and multiple young Black and brown men that I mentor at San Brandon in my leadership program. And I'm frightened because the same conversations I had when my son entered high school in 2012 have not been addressed. I've brought it to multiple boards. Some of you guys have heard the story about my son not being identified as a CSU or UC bound scholar, although he was in the pre-AP or GATE Academy or whatever it was at San Brandon at the time. And I had to go and get that change for him. There's too many of hims that don't have me's in their life. I'm trying to do that, but I'm one person. The system has to change. I have one nephew at San Brandon who's in regular classes, another who's in advanced classes, which is supposed to dictate his pathway in high school. Neither of them were identified for foreign language at the freshman year of their high school. When my son experienced that, on the counter at Kennedy and the council offices said UC or CSU bound students will have a foreign language. So I asked who identified my son as somebody who is not CSU or UC bound. When I look at this is the same conversations. It's not highlighting and uplifting the students that are experiencing the most disenfranchisement. We can have a 4-year plan that includes parents, But if those parents have been disenfranchised by this system and we're not educating them, and students still, to this day, like my son, are allowed to choose their own classes in 8th grade before they're actually the students of that high school, that is a problem. And we will keep ending up with these outcomes, regardless of what this looks like in a presentation. CTE is great, but it's about access. If parents don't know what they should choose for their children and what the outcomes are based on those choices, then we'll just keep doing the same thing. So I don't know how we hyper-focus. I still stand on the fact that 5% is not an aggressive goal to increase graduation over 2 years. 5% for all of these LCAP goals and actions is not aggressive. It's the bottom of what we should be expecting, and it's literally the outcomes that our students are speaking in classes. Oh, I only have a D. I'm passing. I don't have an F. Like what are we actually doing? 5% when we know that multiple populations have probably single to low double-digit outcomes and you know, and I hate having to do this, but when I'm having those conversations at 7:30 in the morning and getting those scholars and picking up multiple kids to get them to middle school at 7 o'clock in my own vehicle to make sure that they are excited about school, that they understand the way that this system presses down on people like them. Like, that's the urgency we need to share. I invite any of you guys to come by San Brandon at 7 o'clock on Tuesday or Thursday, room 107, and sit down with those scholars and explain to them how 5% increase in graduation rates shows the urgency that you guys have for them. Thank you.
No more speakers.
All right, questions from the board, comments? Go ahead, Member Navarro.
Great job on getting homeless kids into CTE program. It sounds like a very prosperous future. I just have a question about the programs that they chose, the CTE programs that they might have chosen. Because I have preferences, but I don't know what the kids are choosing. I don't know if you guys have like a percentage breakdown on what they were choosing.
The homeless. Oh, yeah. I mean, is it by school? Yeah, generally speaking, it was pretty interesting. So we did the outreach at 3 different schools. So we worked at Burbank, Hiram, and Rosemont. And the schools that had more, and I'm not the experts on the pathways, but the schools that had more like hands-on, like we're culinary, building, auto, we got a lot of enrollment and interest in those programs and schools. And the other classes that weren't quite so hands-on, not as much.
Okay.
So it was interesting to see. Yeah,
Okay.
we could show you the breakdown of what they chose by school site too. Yeah.
Okay. I'd be interested in seeing that. It'd be great if I can get it.
Member Ibarra.
I just have one question. Great presentation, by the way. Fascinating information that you shared. On slide 7, it was pretty alarming for me to look at. I think that when you begin to understand A through G requirements and what that means as a parent, and then we think about the current climate around education funding from our current administration, right, federally speaking. My question is, what are we doing to address the A through G numbers? Because it is nice to see that our graduation rates are high, but to see such low A through G requirements being met is concerning, because that tells me that we're sending college and career-ready kids to go spend 2 to 3 years of money to prepare them for a 4-year college university. So that's where my question comes from.
My response is going to be in 2 parts here. As you know, and I think in a few weeks we'll be back to share information specifically about the work that we're doing around 9th grade, right? Because we understand and feel we have the same concerns, right? So there's one aspect is are we getting kids access to the A through G courses? And the response to that is we are very fortunate that this board and administration has been very supportive of that. So no longer are we in a position where we're making decisions or limiting access because we're not offering the courses to students, like not in Sac City. Like students, if they want an AP course, we are giving them the access to the AP courses. So from a master scheduling perspective, we created the opportunities. However, where we see the drop off is many students are not successful in the courses, right? And that is very difficult to mitigate from a counseling perspective, but we're working with our C&I department very intricately to ensure that we're providing the supports for our students. And that is what drove the work around our 9th grade work, right? So we're being very intentional and proactive because all the data shows that if they don't pass the courses in grade 9, the trajectory, long term is not good, right? They're falling behind in grade 9. So in a few weeks, we'll come back and share that information with you where we are seeing actually that our students, we've seen about a 7 to 8% increase already in 1 year of the number of students earning a C or better in A through G courses in grade 9. And we that held in grade 10 after semester 1. Our 10th grade students are, I believe it was like 4% more on track than they were last year. So we're trying to address this more proactively in grade 9, but we have some catch up to do, right? So that's why I was saying I'm feeling, encouraged that we will actually meet that graduation rate and or exceed it within those 2 years. And in large urban districts, it is difficult to move. It shouldn't be, but it is. That's the reality of where we are, but to see some of the growth accelerated is encouraging in grade 9. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that speaks to some of the work that we're trying to do to mitigate what you're seeing here.
Thank you. That actually does answer my question. I would love to see a follow-up on those 9th graders and that data.
Hopefully in a
what that
few
looks
weeks,
like.
I think. We'll check in, but it's in a few weeks. We'll come in and we're going to share with you an update on what it is of the work that we're doing and as of semester 1.
And is that with current 9th graders?
Yes.
Okay.
Current 9th graders. So
And
we
also-
have, and it was as a result of the A through G incentive grant dollars that we received that will be sunsetting, right? But we have a plan for sustainability as well for that as well. But we will share what the data based on really 3 semesters is what we've been doing, and we've seen some positive growth already.
I know I said one question, but you shared some great information. So now I have another question for you. Are you all going to be tracking these same students throughout the years?
It's year by year, right? So the goal was, the change idea was if we proactively target our 9th grade students and engage, get the teachers and students engaged, then they will pass courses at a higher rate. And we're seeing that is actually happening. But really, the litmus test for success is going to be, is that growth sustainable beyond the supports that we're providing in 9th grade? And preliminary data is showing that, yes, like going into 10th grade, we have more students on track. So the growth is hopefully going to, stay. Like we'll continue to see the steady growth. That is the goal by
Thank you
taking
so
a
much.
proactive approach. Absolutely.
Great information.
Member Kayada.
I've been ruminating a little bit on what Mr. Gladney just said about, involving parents in the kids' choice of their courses and commitment to passing the course they need to go a certain way. It's interesting because my kids are in elementary now, and we go out of our way, rightfully so, to make sure we don't track these kids, right? That every opportunity is going to be available to them. But then by the time they get to high school, they can essentially track themselves if they don't pick certain courses, right?
To some degree. And again, I was sharing about, the approach that we've done and the critical work of the master schedule, because every 9th grader is placed into a minimum of 4 A through G courses when they enter high school. That is technically there is a guideline for determining whether a student is on track or off track for A through G. And in 9th grade, you have to take a minimum of 4, by 10th grade 7, 11th grade 11, and then ultimately by senior year, you should have 15 completed to be minimally eligible. Minimally, that's not even competitively eligible. So in our district, we do exactly that. So in 9th grade, students are placed into, the biology, the English, the visual performing arts, arts and like foreign language. Where this gets very complicated is, as a ninth grader, if a student is interested in being in a CTE pathway, there is a level of choice that comes into that, because then we only have a 6-period day, and if you want to be in a pathway and you want to be A through G, then there are decisions that we have to make. And unfortunately, that's not unique just to Sac City Unified. That's just the nature of being limited to a 6-period day, and you can't fit everything in. So what we've done proactively is really work with our counselors to do the education, and we do tier 1 presentations to all of our 7th and 8th grade students, educating them on what the A through G requirements are. We have to do a better job, because just because we present doesn't mean that the students retain the learning, just like in a classroom, right? So we just had we were at a conference today to figure out how do we measure the learning based on the lessons that our counselors are delivering, you know? So we have to do some work around that. And then our high school counselors and our middle school counselors and do course selection with 8th graders, right? Where they're sharing all of this information and the importance of A through G courses and the credits, right? You know, in middle school, really the grades don't have a bearing in terms of what they have access to. Now there's more weight in high school, right? So there is education provided to our middle school students on what the differences are in terms of GPA and A through G courses and the implications of grades in high school versus middle school now. Again, we haven't nailed that either. We have some work to do. However, I can assure you that through our work and the infrastructure that we have in place through our master scheduling director, that we are monitoring very closely whether or not students are placed into the appropriate courses. And we have developed some very robust systems that catches immediately when a student falls off track, and whether or not counselors are then quickly getting those students enrolled in summer school and or credit recovery. So we have a lot of data and efforts that will show evidence of that work. And we have monthly meetings where we're checking that. The counselors are getting those lists. So we're trying to put in place all of the structures to prevent as many kids falling through those cracks as possible. But there's still a choice involved, right? Like, we can't force the student to show up to the credit recovery courses, although we're providing the option. We can't force them to show up to summer school, but those options are available in our system. And we're monitoring it.
Thank you. And do we have any plans to expand how we bring parents into that conversation so that they can support the guidance the kids are getting at school when they come home?
So, as we said, it was very difficult, and I'm not going to go through the details about programming Infinite Campus and figuring out the nuances between like a student being on track or off track, but it was a lot of work and another partnership with tech services to make sure that we had this in place. So this year we piloted it and released it. It was a soft launch because it's a huge undertaking for our school sites, where students actually went into Infinite Campus and like planned out, at least for the next year, what their courses were going to be. Next year, we're hoping to expand to more grade levels and then give parents the ability to come in and view the courses that students are selecting, and then give them the opportunity to engage with their school counselors about what courses students have planned. And then that will hopefully, like open up that dialogue with parents. And then we're going to have to do some education, right? Parents are going to have questions about the courses that students are selecting and the why. So we're hopefully launching that this next year. So stand by. We're delving into that this next year.
Okay, I guess I would share Member Ibarra's request then for an update.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Member Navarro.
So you mentioned that at their freshman year, they might have to make a choice whether they go and choose a path in CTE. So I know that some of the CTE courses do meet the A through G requirements, but it's not a big percentage.
No, so it's not a question about whether or not the courses are A through G. They all are. Like in our district, again, we did that work 8 years ago. Like all of our courses are essentially, they're eligible, or they do satisfy the A through G requirements. The challenge is we don't have enough time during the school day to do all things. So kids will have to make a choice about what is deferred. And I wish I had a whiteboard and I could draw it out for you, but if a student really, really, really wants to be in the construction pathway at, Luther Burbank, and that pathway requires you to take a concentrator and a capstone course, and it starts in 10th grade. Well, if a student takes Spanish 1 in freshman year, but really, really wants to do construction, now they're going to have to defer Spanish 2? and skip a year and wait until their junior year. Now you have a gap. What if the student doesn't speak Spanish, right? And it's like, that's a very difficult decision to make. So then one has to then make the decision as a counselor to say, if you really want to be in the construction pathway, let's defer Spanish 1, which is an A through G requirement, to junior year so that you don't have a gap in between. And now, if you're not a native Spanish speaker in that example, you're going to take Spanish 1, junior year, Spanish 2, senior year. There's no room for error. And that, as a counselor, makes me really, really nervous, right? Really nervous, because there's no room for error at that point, which then goes back to really making sure that our students are aware of what options exist in their high schools, and then as counselors being very intentional about providing that guidance both to the students and the parents. Because if they do defer the foreign language, which you need at least 2 years, there is absolutely zero room for error, right? So there's some risk involved there.
You're applying your senior year, and you need 2 years of foreign language?
Correct. A minimum. To be
2 years.
minimally eligible, you need those 2 years. So we are thinking, we are exploring creative ways, right, to satisfy, for example, the foreign language requirement so that the students meet that minimum eligibility requirement, but however still have access to CTE and all of the other fun academic programs available at a high school.
Thank you.
But the schedule is the limitation here, the schedule, the limited time.
Member Ibarra.
I just have one request for information in your next presentation. Sure. If you can share what our current academic counselor to student ratio is, that would be
1 to 375. We honor the CBA language.
So we are at 1 to 375?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
At all of our schools?
Yep. And in some cases, a little below. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is that the same for the academic and career? What was it? The
just
college
middle.
and career?
So this is the counselors that were rescinded. So they have the same job description. However, we'll have to revisit. Are they going to carry a caseload moving forward or not? Like there are some things, but it's still 1 to 375 is for any counselor at our school sites. That's again honoring the CBA language. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Just 2 quick comments. I just want to mention Hiram Johnson, which is part of the area that I represent. A couple of pathways listed here. I just want to encourage, we have our transportation center down the street, and we also have our central kitchen. And I think those are 2 opportunities to do a lot of CTE, especially for Hiram Johnson. 2 opportunities that I'm just proposing to look into. That's all I'm going to say for that. I'll talk about the head shaking later. I also want to mention, just thank you for addressing the question that was brought up by Mr. Gladney in the public comment. I know it's hard, and I think at the end of the day, sometimes the systems that we talk about so much that are not designed for students oftentimes leave students and let students fall through the cracks, and there may be a deeper reason for things like that happening. I'm not saying that that's us, but I think in general, the system doesn't always look at some of our students who come from socioeconomic backgrounds. Students of color are not always seen as career ready or school ready, and just for us to be mindful about those type of efforts.
Absolutely.
That's
Like
all.
I said, just like we're doing with our homeless youth, we're being very, very intentional about disaggregating the data every month. We're meeting with our counselors and disaggregating the students by subgroups. Like, so we're paying attention to that, but we have work to do. We have work to do. For sure.
This information item, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item 10.3, maintenance on operations update.
Central kitchen and transportation are not Field Act compliant. You can't put students there.
Well, we'll make it compliant, Mr. Ralston.
Okay. Thank you again, President Singh, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. Today we were provided a maintenance and operations update. We have more than 250 employees that take care of the forever after. Once the building's ribbon cutting and you all have celebrated, got your picture, and you've moved on, for 75 more years, somebody will maintain it. and that is the group you're getting ready to hear about tonight. We have, again, 250 employees that include custodians, trade experts, carpenters, HVAC. We have our plant managers, we have our trade supervisors, all housed in our division. And with me this evening, our custodial operations manager, Lindsay De Jesus, and then Jeffrey Nguyen has been voluntold to be giving you a presentation today, and he is the manager of maintenance. Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Education. Let's see if I can figure this out. Here we go. All right. My name is Jeffrey Nguyen, and I am the manager of facilities maintenance, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the maintenance and operations department. I will be sharing updates on the following items: the work order system, additional maintenance and support for district athletics, a brief overview of our 5-year deferred maintenance plan, our special projects request program, our preventive maintenance program, and finally, I want to share some information on the internship program at the Met that the maintenance department is proud to be a part of. Each year, we continue to increase the amount of work orders we are able to process. This is due to the fact that we are constantly finding ways to become more efficient in the way we do business. Also, our preventive maintenance program allows staff to identify potential issues and make a plan to correct with little to no disruption to the learning environment. Last year, we worked with the district athletics department to identify sites with grass athletic fields that needed additional maintenance. Grounds crews leveled the playing field surfaces, aerated, spread seed and fertilizer to prepare these fields for the spring athletic season. As required by law, we have developed a 5-year deferred maintenance plan. This plan identifies building systems and components that are necessary for the facility to function for school purposes and that should be replaced over the next 5 years. Each year, this plan will be revised and continue projecting the deferred maintenance needs in the district. The Special Projects Program gives schools a way to identify projects they would like to complete at their sites. Special projects applications are submitted for items such as the purchase of a storage shed or shipping container, planting trees, or painting murals. This process ensures that the site administrator and the facilities department are in agreement on the plan for the project before work begins. Each summer, the maintenance department identifies and completes projects all over the district. Generally, these are projects that need to be completed when students and staff are not present. In these pictures, we can see district glazers building new windows. Last summer, they installed them on the 2nd floor at Rosa Parks. The maintenance department has developed a preventive maintenance program that reduces the frequency that critical mechanical and electrical components fail. Through the use of infrared and camera inspection systems, as well as testing individual system components on a set schedule, we are able to use that data and technology to make critical decisions on when to replace certain components or entire systems, which reduces the chances for critical failure that could affect the learning environment. The staff and the maintenance department enjoy sharing their knowledge with the next generation of students interested in a career in building trades and maintenance. Here we see Wes Lobb, a district plumber, working with Eric Toledo Ramirez. Eric is a part of the internship program at the Met. Eric chose to work with the maintenance department during the 24-25 school year. Eric is most interested in plumbing, but also had the opportunity to work with each shop, allowing him exposure to HVAC, painting, electronics, locksmithing, plumbing and irrigation, electrical, glazing, flooring, carpentry, roofing, and welding. Thank you.
I think you got some extra claps for the timing, but good presentation. Public comment?
We do not have any.
Board discussion?
Thank you.
Okay, I have a quick question. Mr. Ralston? He can talk from back there. You can yell at me from back there, but...
Ms. Markey would yell at me because I yelled at you, so I won't do that.
Very simple question. Seeing that our school sites, oftentimes parents are saying, I didn't know about this coming up, I don't know about that coming up. Can we proactively inform families and site leadership that this is happening? You know, I know our district school sites have like websites, so maybe there's something we can list on there. People will be like, when am I getting new windows? Well, maybe we can actually have it listed.
We can certainly create a list, and everybody says, where am I on the list? But that really has everything to do with funding. And people, in my experience, have a hard time understanding, well, I was supposed to be in 3 years. It's a promise meant to be broken. And I've learned that it is best that I keep a 30-month window open of what's coming, especially in the bond program. But I think it has a lot to do with also our summer and our 5-year plan, is we don't want to overpromise to really upset a community, especially because we'll need their continued support to fund those said projects. I think we've done a great job. You had the presentation a couple weeks ago about our 5-year bond program and what schools will be selected. When I got here, it was reactive maintenance. Jeff has turned it around into a mix, a blend of trying to get proactive so that they understand that spring break time-ish is when we start preparing for graduation, so touch-up painting. Are there any trip hazards that we haven't been able to get to that may impact, especially our middle schools that use our high schools, et cetera? We are trying to have that calendar and just be very consistent in that. And with that, they are able to know when something is happening. But our maintenance guys are maintenance. They may be experts. They can do everything. It's amazing what these people can do, but they're maintenance. While they would love to help build and participate in it, I can't. They are there for good repair, and that is what we're trying to do. And then the bond captures those long-range plans. We've done a great job. We have those big schools. We're going to be very busy in June and in August, but we have already started Measure D's planning, which you guys all were a part of, making sure there's mechanical replacements, there's window replacements, there's sustainability, there's roofs. It's that deferred maintenance. He has a plan now. There was no plan when I got here 3.5 years ago. And those are the things that you'll start seeing with H and D. And those would be the things that people will have on their list.
Thank you for that excellent response.
Oh, you're
All right.
You know I love talking about us.
Informational item. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, item 11.1, hearing to receive public comment and approval of the district's initial proposals regarding SEIU 1021 collective bargaining agreement negotiation for 25-26.
That was a long title.
That is the title, and want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about.
Good evening. Thank you, President Singh, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. I'm Concy McCarn, your Chief Human Resource Officer and Lead Negotiator, and here to tell you with Dan Shalik, our Director of Employee Relations, that we are preparing to begin negotiations with SCIU. As you know, we are currently in negotiations with one labor partner. We have both SCTA and SCIU contracts ending June 30 of this year, 2025, and the other 3 partners ending June 30, 2026. So we are excited to get started, and we'll have our first session next week, actually, on Wednesday. The negotiations team for SCIU, as we begin to engage in talking conversations related to a variety of articles and language and updates. And as you know, we're working to implement MTSS in our school sites. We have the negotiation team that you see on the board in front of you. So we have a wide variety, really important perspectives as we begin. Part of our coming to you is to let everybody know we are publicly beginning to have conversations, engage in collaborative, good faith negotiation sessions, ongoing sessions as we work to try to get agreement before our contract ends June 30th. So through this process, part of this process is coming and publicly saying that. So people are aware, they know, and we can begin in good faith in that process. This is a successor contract negotiations. The entire thing is open. As I said, it ends June 30, so June 30, 2025. So everything is open. And as we look to both, of course, continue to update articles and language and ensure that we're following Ed Code, we're also trying to tie things together in a way to help best serve our students as it relates specifically to MTSS and safety. Happy to take questions or provide answers.
Public comment?
We have none, sir.
Board discussion, comments? We have a motion? Moved by Member Navarro, seconded by Member Jean. Roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And as you know, SCIU came to you last board meeting and shared they were ready. So this wraps up that cycle and we'll start at the table next week. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 11.2, determination hearing for charter renewal for SAC New Tech Early College High School. Ms. Goldman and Principal Martin.
I have a few things tonight. All right. Hello, everybody. We are here tonight to do the second half of the renewal process for Sacramento New Technology Early College High School. In that mouthful, we'll generally call them New Tech tonight. Sorry, Principal Martin. The law governing these presentations is that equal time has to be allowed for both the charter and the district. So I'll speak for a little less than 5 minutes, and then Principal Martin will speak on behalf of the charter school. There'll be time for public comment, and then for you to ask questions, and then the item will end with a vote from you all. There we go. This is the timeline that we followed in the review of New Tech's petition. It was compliant with all of the rules. Check, we met all of our requirements there. As a reminder, and for some that may not have gotten to do this before, we've only done it like 4 or 5 times this year, the state of California puts all charter schools in a renewal tier based on their dashboard data. Based on the 2023-24 dashboard data, New Tech is placed in the middle tier, and the assumption in that tier is that they will be renewed unless, and the unless are the things in that yellow box at the top. I'm going to sneak ahead to the end. They did not do any of the unless things. They have met all their requirements, and I'll go through those right now. So we reviewed their petition as well as the record of their last 7 years of their charter, and they either have met or substantially met all requirements. Anywhere where it says substantially, there may be like little tiny cleanups that we need to do, but nothing that should preclude really the meeting of the requirements and all things that we can handle as we negotiate an MOU with them in the coming school year. New Tech is the first of our dependent charters that's coming up for renewal. The relationship between the district and the charter is a lot more complicated, for lack of a better word, and there are some of the things that we need to clean up, and that's really as much on us as it is on them, and so that's part of that work where anywhere where you see substantially, that's really what that work needs to look like. So again, the charter looks good. There are a few small fixes that we need to make, but those shouldn't be a problem. The school is in the middle tier based on their academic outcomes. Both they and we have identified some areas for growth, and they are really engaged in reflection and continuous improvement. So anything that may still require a little bit of love and attention, I think we can feel pretty confident that they will put that in place. So to summarize, New Tech is in the middle tier for renewal, and they have met all requirements, required criteria for their renewal. They are eligible for a 5-year renewal term that would be from July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2030. My encouragement would be, should the board approve this renewal, that then I start working with our dependent charter schools over the next 12 months to enter into a sort of an MOU. It's an MOU with ourselves, so it's a little bit maybe not the right word, but to really get clear on some of those relationships between our dependent charters and the district, which are, sort of nebulous. And with that, there are some options in front of you. I've provided you with a sample resolution for option A, which is a motion to renew. You obviously have many options in front of you, including to renew with conditions or to deny. At this point, I don't have any recommendations for those. So if you are interested in drafting those, we would have to do it collectively in this space, which we definitely can do. But the sample resolution that you have in your packet is for option A, to renew the charter. And with that, Principal Martin.
All right. Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, and members of the board. I first just want to say thank you to my families and community members and students who are hanging out with us tonight. So thank you guys for sticking with us. So I'm here today to pursue our charter renewal and address the findings that were brought to us in the staff report. And so these are the topics that I will very briefly cover, and I welcome questions that you may have at the end. All the information is going to be in front of you. So the first topic, click please, won't click. How come it won't? Oh, ta-da, that way, okay. Is we obviously know that we have a deficit in math, just like most people, but for me, that's not an excuse. And so we did have growth in math, which is why we were able to maintain an orange status on the dashboard. But we're looking for significant growth in this next year and beyond. And so here's some changes that we are making to address the deficits in math. Some of those are professional development, growth in our math department, and then because we were able to hire a full-time math teacher, so we have 2 now instead of just 1. And then also, I just want to really point out Fit Math. Fit Math, you're like, what is that? Fit Math is Math 1 and PE 9 combined, integrated into one class. And so we call that Fit Math, trying to be innovative and make math more interesting. The second thing is our college and career readiness outcomes. And so I put the 3-year data up there that's on the dashboard, and I just want to let you know how we're going to address those things. And so our CTE pathway, we made some adjustments. We dropped 1, the reasons are there, and then we're also adding a 4th class to our computer science pathway. And then, as you know, our transformation to an early college program, we had a 58% increase of students in dual enrollment just from last year. And as of next year, 100% of our students will take at least 1 college class. We know that we had a drop in our college and career indicators, but we're very curious about the reporting that went into that. And so this year, we're going to work much more closely with the district before they submit our CalPADS data for college and career to make sure that everything is lined up. That's my sneaking suspicion, and it's something that's common amongst charter schools. And so I've learned a lot about this indicator, which is pretty complicated, but we're digging into that this year as well. Oops, go back. Okay, and then I want to end just on some highlights here. So our early college program is giving access to all of our students. 100% of our students, the students who go to New Tech, are going to take college courses, and they're going to get varied amounts of support based on their individual needs. That's something that small schools can do, and we're pretty proud of that. We have a career-focused computer science pathway, CTE pathway, and currently it is still the only one computer science pathway in the district. Our project-based learning model that builds soft skill mastery. A few of you came to our DOL presentations, and so you saw those soft skills live. And then finally, we're a small inclusive community, and we have built strategic partnerships, which you will hear from a few of my community partners tonight. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Public comment, Brian.
Yes, we have almost a dozen speakers, so I think we'll hit the 15-minute limit, so probably 1 minute per person.
Thank you.
So we'll begin with Adam Israel Valadez, followed by Fernando Rodriguez Hernandez, and then Dylan Gilbert.
President Singh, Superintendent Allen, and members of the board. My name is Miranda Navarro Miranda.
I'm Fernando Rodriguez Hernandez.
My name is Adam Israel Valadez.
And I am Dylan Gilbert.
So, coming out of the pandemic from 8th grade to freshman year, it was difficult to me to be like really social, and I was not used to an environment to really want to present to people. So coming into freshman year, it really helped me with the classes I took at New Tech, because our project-based learning classes really helped me be able to just get used to talking in front of people and just figure out how to really express myself within those classes and show what I learned.
So I share a very similar experience with my friend Fernando. When I first got to New Tech, I was a very shy and closed-off person due to the pandemic. I was terrified to even talk to my own group mates that were sitting at my table, and the idea of presenting to a group of people really terrified me. But here I am today. So through my 4 years at New Tech, I've grown so much in collaboration and being able to present to everyone. And New Tech has given me so many opportunities to meet such amazing people like the people with me here today. It's also given me an amazing opportunity to be here and to present to you all.
So I would like to talk about our Principals Advisory Cabinet, which is a group of people that work in closer relations with our principal, along with my peers behind myself. And so what we do is we work on like projects and policies for the school. For example, we've created phone policies for our school, which was very important to the school since we didn't have good policies for that. And so having this group of people to work with really helped me with this, like being able to work with people, because I've also was very shy and not very good at working with people. I always wanted to do things by myself. But through New Tech, I've been able to grow and learn and have better collaboration skills with my peers and even the principal. And I'm very grateful for that. And I really appreciate that.
I am a third-generation student at New Technology High School. My oldest sister is class of 2012, my brother was class of 2021, and I will be class of 2025. My sister has a PhD, my brother's a fourth year at Sacramento State University, and I'm college-bound for Sac State in my degree in sociology. This school has taught me and all of my friends behind me that the best thing that you can do in your education is work with others. This school is a project-based learning school which prepares you for life. It prepares you for every kind of career you will have. It prepares you to talk in front of boards like what I'm doing right now. And it prepares you for lifelong friends, which I have standing behind me. So the clearest answer for this is to give us our charter renewal. Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Paula Hansel for 2 minutes, followed by Chris Williams, and then Sandra Orozco.
Good evening, Board President Singh, Superintendent Allen, and board members. My name is Paula Hansel. I was the principal at New Technology High School for 10 years. So I wanted to share a little bit of the history of it, because it is sort of important to connect with what was intended when we created these schools. It was created as a part of SCUSD's E21, 21 Education for the 21st Century. And it was to reimagine high schools and through that improve student outcomes, making larger schools small, creating small schools that fit kids. Miranda's older two siblings were my kids, by the way. And it opened in 2003, 2004 as a replication of a very successful project-based learning school in Napa. and became the first school to take the model and prove that it could be done in an urban setting. New Tech has always had greater expectations of its graduates than district high school, comprehensive high schools. 260 credits to graduate, a 40-hour internship, 40 hours of community service, 12 college credits. That got lost along the way a little bit, and I'm glad that it's coming back to that place where it started, that it's a school that asks more of students because they can do. You ask and they do, and supports them in rising to the challenge and maintaining strong ties with the local community. And what we want to do is educate kids to stay home and build in this community. Strong leadership has been essential for these small schools, and not everyone is the right fit. New Tech experienced that for a while. But it now has the right leader. And under Jessica Martin's leadership, that school is now beginning to thrive in a way where it will be the diamond of this district if it gets that kind of support. She secured extra funding for New Tech and is building back that college unit thing to be 30 college credits, which for kids whose parents didn't go to college or who are going to be first-time college-going kids themselves or people themselves, that is a huge step up. And I'm trying to condense this down a little bit, but I want you to know that New Tech has doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, teachers, her sister, and several others. But more importantly, they're civic-minded, family-oriented members. Thank God for Facebook, because now I can see how it all turned out. My favorite thing. And in reimagining New Tech, you have the chance to support a remarkable school that gives all students, doesn't matter, it used to be my plaid house, the opportunity to graduate with at least a semester of college and put themselves on a strong path towards a meaningful degree or to post-secondary learning of their choosing. Remember, it's a diamond in the rough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Williams, and I am the Director of Educator and School Development for the New Tech Network, which is the national organization that this school is a part of. As Paula mentioned, the school is one of the first to replicate a model that was first designed and implemented in Napa, and was the first really to take it on in an urban environment. I was actually had the honor to be one of the founding teachers at the school when it first opened, and then after working at the school for 6 years, moved to the national level of the organization, and now supports 200 plus schools across the country that are also working to implement this model. And I just want to speak to the fact that not only is this a diamond, as Paula said, that you all have in this district. It's a widely recognized leader in the network of schools around the country. Early on in this school's first implementation phase, they were constant streams of visitors coming to see what it looked like to do this work in this space. And they're still receiving that same level of attention today and influencing countless schools across the country because of their innovative approach to supporting students when it comes to blending things like defensive learning, project-based learning, early college readiness, and really thinking about every single student coming in and getting access to all the things that they need. And so I really just want to underscore how important this school is, not just to this community where I live, and I have this school very close to my heart, but also it's widely recognized in the nation as well. So please consider its renewal.
Sandra Orozco, followed by Nancy Padilla, then Joe Flores.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Orozco. I'm terrible speaking in public, but I would like to share my son's story. He's an autistic boy, and when he came to the school, he wasn't able to socialize with kids. He was just on his own, and by him going to New Tech, now he has a music club. Now he plays the guitar. Now he has more friends. So please renew the New Tech. And that's all. Anything you have to say? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board. My name is Joe Flores. I'm a community member who lives not even a 10-minute walking distance from New Tech High School. I'm also a City of Sacramento Parks Commissioner, where in September 2022, we partnered and planted over 20 trees at Argonaut Park. Like some of the board members here, I'm also a SACB change maker. And when the SACB asked, where do you want to do your profile picture? It was done at Argonaut Park, where SAC New Tech was behind us. And as being a SACB change maker, then they also had a climate grant. And not even 10 minutes after I got that email, I emailed Principal Martin. I was like, because you're project-based, I know one of the slides said soft skills. I was like, I think these students can win. And sure enough, they had 3 $5,000 grant awards. Not only did they receive one of the 3 awards, they were the highest ranked award winners. So knowing that that's her model, I'm here to just urge the board to renew their charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Padilla, and I'm a student of a current senior, Adam. So I wanted to start off with, I am definitely in favor of this charter school for many reasons, but to start off, 4 years ago, these kids started during very uncertain times during the pandemic. They were masked up and uncertain of what the future held, like most of the country. One of the things that really brought me to the school was the small classroom sizes, the project-based learning, and the sense of community that you feel when you walk onto the campus because of its small size. One of the things that did remain consistent and certain was the dedication that not just the teachers, but Ms. Martin had for these students and their academic and personal growth. It was very important for me to have that community. My son Adam was very shy, as he stated, had never even really used computers at his private school prior to that because they really discouraged it. So he came in with subpar skills on lots of levels. He is now speaking in front of crowds. He's very comfortable using computers, which is pretty amazing. These kids today stand during a time that is still very uncertain, unfortunately, due to our political climate. What I do have the certainty is that they're leaving New Tech with the tools that they have been given by New Tech to not just excel academically, but also on a personal level. And although they're almost done with the school year because they are seniors, they are taking with them a great foundation of not just friendships and connections and the learning that they've experienced, but also that drive to continue being, productive members of society. I currently have a 7th grader who's really excited and looking forward to actually being a New Tech student someday. So please consider that when you think about renewing their charter.
Thank you
so much. I really appreciate your time.
I think that's everyone, sir. Oh, there's no name on a card, sorry. Yep, there's a blank card. Is that you? Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name is Vanessa Taylor. I'm the current counselor at New Tech. And everyone's talked about the school and like the ins and outs and the amazing piece of it, but I want to talk about the school on a more personal note. New Tech is not just a school, it's a community, and it's a huge support system. So I've been in and out of the doors for the last 8 years of my career. So it's actually my 3rd time there as a counselor. And the staff and the students there have been there for me through all the positive and negatives of my life. So when my grandparents died in a 2-week span, it was the students and the staff that got me through all 12 stages of grief for me. When I bought my first house, it was the students and the staff that were there for me, turning my house into a home. And on November 8th, 2023, my dad was hit by a car and became partially paralyzed. It was the New Tech staff and students that were holding me down while my dad had his track kids holding him down. It was them. So we need a school like New Tech with a principal like Jessica there to continue to create a safe space for our kids, because it's also a safe space for staff. So please do our renewal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion? Member Kayada.
All right, so I have said it many times, but this school truly is a jewel in my tri-state area, but in Sacramento and really in our whole region. Amazing things are happening at this school. The students do amazing things. Principal Martin, your leadership has been truly amazing. I have no doubt that any of the issues identified in this report, I know that Principal Martin takes them more seriously than anyone at the district office probably does. I mean, every time we talk, there's a new issue that is bothering you and you want to make sure you're doing best by your students and by your school. And I really appreciate that, because that's really the attitude that is taken to really make the school as truly amazing it is today. I'm so proud to have the school in our district. The one thing that we really need to do is increase your attendance, not just to make sure the school is sustainable financially, but also to present these opportunities to other kids who aren't having them. Because the stories that I've heard out of your school, the students that have come through here, I mean, it's just truly amazing, and we need to make this available to more students. And then on top of that, continue learning so we can bring that back to our comprehensive high schools. So at the appropriate time, I would like to make a motion to move forward option A. And I also would like to ask, as a point of privilege, if after whatever we do, I'm pretty sure we have the votes, if you all can come up, I would love to take the picture and send it to you, Principal Martin, so you can have that for your, next burying of the time capsules.
Thank you.
Member Navarro.
So I'm going to sound repetitive because I already mentioned it. You guys missed it. You guys weren't here, I don't think. But so I had the opportunity to participate in the Defense for Learning panels a few weeks back, and it was a great experience. And it's a testament to the great work that Principal Martin's been doing, but also all her staff. And then I got an opportunity to actually listen to the project presentation of one of the students. They came up here, and yeah, I was impressed with the student presentations. And actually, my favorite part, I already mentioned it, was asking them questions and the technical questions that we asked them, and they responded like beautifully, like all of them. So actually, I would like to second the motion once we're ready. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, so now I'm going to formally make that motion to approve renewal of New Tech Early College High School with option A as recommended by our staff.
And I second that. And I'm a little jealous the school's not in my area, by the way.
All right, roll call vote.
Member Jean. Aye. Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Navarro.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Yes.
Member Ibarra.
Aye.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We can all get in there too. What do you want to do?
Oh, we can come take a photo. That's fine. Yeah, we'll come down.
You asked for a picture. We want it for the capsule.
For the wall.
No, you didn't.
How's the leg?
It's puffy.
All right, you guys, look up.
Oh.
Ball.
Miss Katie, if I'm late tomorrow, can I get an extension?
Yes. We are all excused from being on time tomorrow.
I might be late tomorrow, okay?
We're good, we're good.
That should be behind us, Taylor.
I agree.
Okay. Face that way. Because you want the purple behind us.
You gotta have the purple one.
That's what I mean.
Down. Wait, let's go one. I think, can everybody use feet? There's people behind it, I don't know.
Everyone say New Tech.
New Tech.
Thank you, guys.
Which one we're doing is Carver. Let's go about.
Okay lately. I think I've been all right. Yeah. We have 3 kids and all do stuff. Someone's bringing something home. And then I hear like he's in the house. I'm like, I run over there like, side jam. Yeah, it's not good.
We'll get there.
Before you start, I need to ask my
Oh,
board
right.
to extend the time. To be safe, I can say 11, but I'm going to push us to just say 10:45, so we can get out of here. All right. Do we have a all in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, we're going to do everything we can to get you out of here by that time. Tonight, I am coming to you with a bunch of folks with me. I have Chief Business Officer Janae Marking. I have Lenicia Cobelt, who is the principal from Carver. And this is not Twan, this is Jared, but Twan is not able to join us tonight, so he is standing in. And we are here to come to you for a request for approval of a financial contribution to George Washington Carver School of Arts and Sciences. Again, I'm just going to say Carver. I'm not going to say all of them. So we talk a lot about our core beliefs. I think we just want to emphasize here that our small schools really provide different opportunities to meet those beliefs. Not every path works for every student, and that's why we have some of these less traditional pathways. Tonight, we're going to do a really brief explanation of what is a contribution. You've gotten lots of written material on this subject from me recently, sorry. We're going to talk a little bit about the recent fiscal history of these schools, what the impacts of the decision is, and then make the formal request. I just want to point out that we make these decisions and they seem like small decisions, but of course there's a lot under the water. There's big systems that are in place that we're trying to shift that sometimes you take a little bit more time to shift than we would like. They also reflect our beliefs and our values around what we want to see in our schools. And so I just enjoy sharing that little bit of information. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Marking to talk a little bit more.
Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Goldman. As Amanda said, we are here to seek board approval for a contribution from the district's general fund to our charter schools fund, which is 09, due to a projected deficit for George Washington Carver Charter School. So first, we want to make sure that we're all on the same page. A contribution describes a lawful transfer of revenue from one program or fund to another. It can be for a few different reasons, and in this case, it is due to a lack of sufficient funds to cover an operating deficit for one of the charter schools the board has authorized. To note, this is a new process to allow for transparency and approval of such a request. Oh, sorry, I'm going to click through this. Boop, boop, boop. This picture demonstrates that the district's general fund is separate from the dollars we receive for charter schools. Each charter school is its own district and is expected to maintain fiscal solvency, just as our own district is. The district may transfer or contribute funds to the charter school to resolve the operating deficit. That means moving dollars students have generated by attending traditional SCUSD schools to cover excess costs for students at district charter schools. The dollars generated by students who attend charter schools already go directly to those schools.
So just to give you a little bit of information about how we got to this place, while all of our charter schools, especially under my supervision, are trying very hard to meet fiscal solvency. We've had some very abrupt increases in costs in the last 2 years that have just happened faster than we can keep up with them. So in the case of Carver, we've had about $500,000 increase in personnel costs in 1 year, and we've had an almost $1,000 per student increase in special ed costs. And again, that money goes right back to us, to the district, in that same time frame. So while the school is taking a lot of steps that Jared will talk about in order to become fiscally solvent, they just can't quite move fast enough to respond to that, though we are taking great steps to get to that point by next year. So we fell a little bit short this year, and we're hoping to fix that for next year.
Good evening. Those 5 bullet points you see there, in the interest of time, they are outlined in detail in your provided executive summary. The one thing I will note, I think most prevalent and most important, is that Principal Cobell and her staff have continued to plan very intentionally to not only cut the proposed deficit by over half for next year, but while not impacting the fidelity within their programs. And that says a lot when Carver has a 7-period day and has to meet A through G requirements, graduation requirements, and their college pathways. Again, I really want to applaud the efforts that Principal Cobalt has made because their graduation requirements, to your point, Board Member Ybarra, are higher than those of the A through G requirements. So all the students that are graduating are going to be A through G eligible, and that takes a lot of intentionality, especially when you're making these proposed cuts. Thank you.
So here we have sort of impacts and we, oh, sorry. No, you were supposed to talk about that. I apologize.
No worries. At a high level, staff are recommending that you approve this contribution. However, it is your decision to approve or deny. Here you see the impacts of your approval or a denial. To deny this contribution would then initiate a discussion to move into a possible revocation of the charter. While it is in the wisdom of the board as to how we proceed, staff intent is to provide transparency for the board to monitor the fiscal health of our charter schools. It is intended that the board utilize this fiscal information in concert with the myriad criteria for ongoing charter approval to inform future decisions as an authorizing entity.
So, Carver Phoenixes are asking the board to make a $221,000 contribution to a school, not just only a school of choice, but the only public Waldorf-inspired high school in Sacramento and the first in the nation. Thank you.
Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have three on this particular school. We'll begin with Terry Garcia, followed by Daria Trucon and Reed Vargas. Is that right? I can't read the writing. I'm sorry. Wages. Okay.
Come on up.
I got here at about 7 o'clock, and you guys still look as vibrant as you did when you first started. So I don't know what your magic is, but I'm an expert at watching countenances in my classroom. I'm a science teacher at Carver, so I just came to support these people here that I work with on a regular basis. And in the process, I just want to say thank you guys for your dedication and your time and your sacrifice, because I'm a new employee in the district. And I'm picking up a lot of the vibes that this is a good place to be. And I'm ready to sink my roots down and continue to fight the good fight that you guys are all doing. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daria Truchan, and I am a proud graduate of George Washington Carver, class of 2024. I had the honor of serving as the school president during the year of 23 and 24, the 23 and 24 school year. Carver has been a huge part of my life, not just for me, but also my family as well. As a bilingual student with 3 students currently attending Carver, I've seen the firsthand impact of the school and how it affects its students. Carver Carver isn't just a school, it's a community. It's a place where friendships are built, where teachers care about our success, and where we are given the tools to grow, not only academically, but as individuals. From the energy in the hallways to the support in the classrooms, Carver has always felt like a second home to me. The school spirit, the amazing staff, and the opportunities we have here make this a special place. What sets Carver apart is our culture. We drive to do our best, our effort to be inclusive as we can, and sorry, somebody's calling me. I apologize so bad. And the way we push each other to be better. Unlike other schools, we don't only focus on grades, we also focus on growth. We encourage the creativity, leadership, and the sense of responsibility to our community, whether it's through our unique programs, our passionate teachers, and our hardworking student body. Carver stands out as a school that truly prepares us for the future. Our school is only as strong as its leadership. Our principal, Ms. Cobelt, has made a real difference at Carver. Our principal has been working hard to make Carver a place where we all feel valued, supported, and inspired to do our best. Her vision and dedication has not only helped shape our school into what we are today, and for that I am so grateful. Carver is more than just a school. It's a family and a place where we learn to grow and prepare for the future. And with the leadership that we have and the dedication to our staff and the strength of our students, Carver will continue to be a place of excellence in years to come. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Reed Wages, and I am a current junior at George Washington Carver. I came from middle school where I was bullied and unable to express myself. I had a lot of anxiety about the future and was unsure about what high school would be like. The only options I saw were these huge high schools where I knew the bullying would continue. Then I learned about Carver. The more I looked into Carver, the more I fell in love. The day I stepped foot onto campus freshman year, I felt welcomed and knew this was the place for me. Now, 3 years later, I am the current ASB treasurer, and I was elected for another year. I'm the president of the GSA at our school, and I lead the school tours. All of these things I do not think I would have been able to do without the environment that Carver brings. Carver provides a safe campus where every student is allowed to express themselves, and I think this is extremely important to continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We still have Reed Wages. You want to speak?
That was Reed.
Okay. Did we get Ruby Lewis then? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Ruby, but my peers and my friends call me Rose. I actually transferred from McClatchy. It was a very, very huge school for me, and I couldn't necessarily express myself or be myself in any way that people would appreciate me or even acknowledge me. Even though it's a wonderful school, don't get me wrong, it just wasn't my style. When I moved to George Washington Carver while also moving in with my father, it was a huge change for me. It was just wonderful. It was an eye-opener. I sing, I play the drums. I made a lot of friends. A lot of people know my name. I know a lot of people's names. A positive I can say about this school is that they separate themselves. Like the teachers will try to put themselves into the students' feet and their shoes. And it's just, they give me the time. Some of them give me the time and the help that I need. And my principal, she's very, very expressive with me. She knows how hard it is for me, and sometimes I can get very scared or just very emotional at times, and she's just very, very exceptional for me. She's with a lot of students. She tends to just care for us in a way that a mother or an auntie would for a kid. And it's just, I feel very much at home here. As a senior, I am looking forward to graduating and saying that I've been here happy and very expressional with myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more speakers.
All right, board discussion. Member Jean.
So I just looking at the reality of the SELPA contribution, and what was it, two weeks ago, we learned that 80% of our current sped in our general budget is, 80% of the SPED budget is being funded from general funding. So I can see exactly why you are facing this. And I actually wanted to uplift and celebrate that you are encouraging and welcoming and contributing to special education student success at a small school, because so often I don't see that happening in our charter schools, and I really appreciate that you are. I think that is super, super important. I also really appreciate the commitment to continue conversations on how we ensure that you are sustainable. And because we are at the time we are, I do not want to dive into the answers now, but I do know that there has been a continuing question/conversation desire around how do we better advertise these incredible small schools we have, better get a website or materials. And I know that Member Singh has on his heart, President Singh, sorry, to do enrollment pushes and to be better at informing. And so we're looking forward to partnering with you in that work as well. I shouldn't say I'm looking forward to partnering with you in all of our schools. I believe the board is interested in that too. So for the sake of time, we don't have to dive into that topic, but I know we need to continue that conversation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Jean. Member Navarro.
Yeah, so it is one of the schools in my area. I'm very proud of this school. I got a chance to visit and got to meet Principal Colbert. I got a great vibe in the school. It is a small school, but it did feel like a college campus to me, even though most colleges are like really big. But I feel like it would probably be like a small liberal arts school. I never actually been to one, but that's kind of how I would imagine it would be. I just heard it. Anyways, I would like, when it's time, I would like to make a motion.
I'm going to add this to the list of schools you wish you would have attended.
This is in my area.
All right. I just want to uplift what Member Jean said, is that there is an understanding, and I think it's really important to talk about the way the funding works. And although this is a deficit that we're trying to help overcome, there's also a lot of work being done here for students who really need it. And with that, I believe we need to make a motion.
So I move.
Perfect. Member Jean, second. We'll go to roll call.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Navarro.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come out to our chili cook-off fundraiser tomorrow. If you want to buy tickets, I have fun.
I think they just bought them.
You did. You just come through the door and eat some chili. How about that?
I already told them about it, Principal Colbert. I already told them.
Thank you. Next up, and our final item for the evening, 12.2, request for approval of financial contribution for the Met.
All right. All right, so same team here. Jared is actually himself this time. We're here to do the same process to request a financial contribution for the Met. Just as we've talked about before, this really is, emphasizing that we have these small learning programs, and they are very unique and they are very hard to make work, but we are making them work. As we talked about before, this is reflecting, what our beliefs are, and I just want to emphasize what Chief Marking said. it's not that these decisions haven't been made before, they just haven't been made in public. And so we are trying to uplift the public transparency and the role of the board in that. But please don't think that this has never happened in the 20 years of these schools. With that.
Thank you, Dr. Goldman. Similar slides, similar notes. Again, a contribution is really a lawful transfer of revenue from one program or fund to another. In this case, it is due to lack of sufficient funds to cover the operating deficit for one of the charter schools the board has authorized. And again, this picture is demonstrating that the district's general fund is separate from the dollars we receive for our charter school partners, and each charter school is its own district, expected to maintain fiscal solvency just as our own district is.
So very similar to with Carver, the Met saw very significant personnel cost increases in the last 2 years, almost $800,000 in 2 years. And again, as quickly as they are trying to grow ADA and grow enrollment, you just can't really keep up with that much growth in 1 year. So we have taken steps to correct that for the coming year. We're also, I think it's worth noting, doing a lot more to manage the budgets of these schools than we ever have before, and providing a lot more support for principals. Our principals are not trained to be budget analysts. That's why we have budget people. So we got Bea and Cindy over there who are really doing a lot of work in this area. And then I'm going to let Jared talk about what actions have been taken to turn this around for the Met's budget.
Good evening again. So I'm going to highlight 3 things about Principal Rocklio, and I use his first name intentionally because he's one of those humble leaders that you'll come across. The principal and the staff all use their first names with students there, which is a very unique model that they have around internships, offering kids access to college and career hands-on activities twice a week. The 3 areas I think are super important. The first one actually addresses Board Member Jean's comment earlier. They've created a very robust recruitment and retention process at the Met. The website's completely been redone. A video of Principal Rocklio is on the front page. I've sat with him when he's made targeted calls. They have a whole list of shadow days. He's reached out to every single middle school and feeder site to increase enrollment. They've gone from 178 students to over 210 students, and that's still growing. And that's kudos to really him and his staff, because they are working to get students at the Met. The second piece is through all of these really, I think, strategic planning with resources and making these cuts, they've reduced over $600,000 already, and there's more to come on that. And the last piece is really around the ADA increases, especially around attendance. As you can imagine, having students off campus 2 days a week creates some challenges around capturing that attendance. But through the work that Principal Rocklio has done, and again, he's way too humble to share this with you, they've increased over 6%, and they're above 96% right now on attendance. All of these things in a very short time. So yeah, thank you. I think that's huge, right? So a very short time to make sure that he's not up here again, because this is very difficult, I know, for him, knowing what I know about this man, to stand here and ask for this. So thank you.
Again, staff are recommending that you approve this contribution for the Met. However, it is your decision to approve or deny. Here you see the impacts again of your approval or a denial. And again, to deny this contribution right now would then initiate a discussion to move into a possible revocation of the charter. While it is in the wisdom of the board as to how we proceed, staff intent, again, is to provide transparency for the board to monitor the fiscal health of our charter schools. It is intended that the board utilize this fiscal information in concert with the myriad criteria for ongoing charter approval to inform any future decisions as a charter authorizing agency.
It is very difficult to stand before you. Good evening, all. My name is Heraclio Guevara, and as I presented myself last time, I'm the son of Manuel and Julia Guevara. I came to this country with the clothes that we were wearing, with my family, and I'm not a budget analyst, but I know how to work my tail off. And so I am committed to make sure that this is not something that is a reoccurrence on an annual basis. But I am here today representing the Met as their principal, requesting that our board approve a transfer of $541,000 from the district general fund to the charter school budget to support us in order to move forward. It's not easy to request. I've never asked my parents for anything. So it's a very humbling place to be, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Public comment.
We have 5 speakers, President Singh. We begin with Carla Di Basilio, followed by Bay Higginbotham and Wyatt Rutherford.
I'm going to ask you to limit it to 1 minute so we can.
I got this.
Yeah, all right, perfect. So a minute
Okay.
each. Finally going to enforce this minute rule today. So here we go.
Are you ready? Okay. So good evening, everyone. My name is Carla Di Basilio, and I'm the site instructional coordinator at the Met. I have been in this district for 18 years. I've worked at comprehensive high schools, small high schools, and now a charter. I've been a math teacher, a counselor, and an administrator. And I'm much like the transfer students to the Met. I know what's out there, and I know what the Met has to offer, and I'm excited about the opportunities that we give students at the Met. I want to play a little game with you of only at the Met. Only at the Met. I just want to tell you a little bit about the Met. Only at the Met can the SAT become a family celebration where advisors bring breakfast for students and sit at the park afterwards for a family picnic. Only at the Met can a student walk by my office with a shovel because they want to fix something in the front yard. Only at the Met do parents and community members have the cell phone numbers of their child's advisor so they can message when there's a concern or a celebration. I almost made it. I'm sorry. And only at the Met can you find me, a math teacher, a counselor, assistant principal, and site instructional coordinator, wearing all of my hats to support students, staff, and families. I implore you to provide the funding to keep this site open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bay Higginbotham, followed by Wyatt Rutherford.
Hello, my name is Ray, and I'm a senior student at the Met. Despite my grade, this is only my second year here and my third high school. I came to the Met on accident. My brother was enrolling for his freshman year, and I attended his orientation. I was lost, and I sat amazed at the opportunities this school offered. I wanted to be a part of this, so I walked out with enrollment papers that same day. Ever since I started here, I have felt nothing but joy walking on that campus. I'm no longer dragging my feet from class to class, but excited to start a new day at school and at my internship. The Met community is nothing but supportive to all its students, no matter your sexual orientation, gender, or skin tone. And my mentor, Emily Pennington, owner of Asteria Florals, is one of the most strongest and capable people I've had in my life to look up to this past year, interning and working there. I've made what I hope to be lifelong friends and felt what I know to be a lifelong impact. I've completely turned my academic record around thanks to the Met, and despite messy transcripts and bad experiences, I've been accepted into 6 out of 8 universities that I applied to. I hope you allow future students the opportunity to look back on their high school years as fondly as I do, and I hope you understand how many lives you would be changing for the worse if you didn't. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I am Wyatt Rutherford, and I'm happy to be here to represent the Met as a senior student. I have to say, there are many things to appreciate about my school. The smaller size of the school allows for better connection between students and teachers, and the safe and relaxed environment is ideal for focused learning. Only at the Met can you score an awesome internship with a local tech company and develop your business skills. Only at the Met can you do quarterly presentations until you are no longer afraid of public speaking. And only at the Met have I truly felt supported by my principal, teachers, counselors, and staff. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Final two speakers, Susan Fitzpatrick, followed by Sophia Eng.
My son is a junior at the Met, and he transferred there after having gone to two mainstream high schools and having had really difficult experiences with bullying and other issues. The Met is only at the Met is a great theme because it truly is the most amazing school that I have ever encountered. The principal, the teachers, everyone is so, the staff, everyone is so deeply engaged in the lives of their students, and you feel that not only the second that you walk onto the campus, but as you watch the students walk out of the campus. There is a sense of community that pervades the entire area around the campus when you're there. The opportunity that the students have to do the internships is phenomenal, not only getting the experience of working and trying to find out what they might or might not like, but also, as the student mentioned, these exhibitions, which are given each quarter, where the students describe not only their internship, but also their studies, including their academic records, their goals. In one case, in my son's case, they were given the opportunity and asked to identify a college, do research on it, and present it. So they began to think of themselves on that campus, talking about the clubs, talking about the experience of college. It's just a phenomenal environment. I think you said something about a liberal arts college somewhere else, and so that's kind of the feel there. Just this overwhelming sense of community, knowledge, exciting ideas and assignments, and people who are deeply engaged in their work and with the students.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good evening. My name is Sophia Ng, and I'm the parent of a 10th grade student at the Met. She's my medically complex but equally sweet and sassy little daughter, and she's thriving at the Met. She transferred to the Met this year as a sophomore. From the moment we pull up in the morning, we feel the incredible amount of support available at the Met. Most mornings, the first people I see are Heraclio and Carla standing out front, smiling bright and enthusiastically, greeting students as they start their day. For those of us with children with special needs, the Met feels like a safe haven. For our vulnerable children, but beyond the initial greetings, my daughter is engaging in interesting curriculum with incredibly dedicated, kind, supportive teachers. Additionally, the kids at the Met are pretty special too. She is making friends and meaningful connections. She recently attended a school dance with a special friend. This may sound like a common rite of passage in high school, but for us, it's something we didn't know if she would ever do. Another thing that makes the Met unique is the internship opportunity. She had to create a resume and cover letter and is currently working in a kindergarten classroom. This opportunity has provided a novel way for her to build independence, confidence, and gain real-world experience. Again, for a kid who's had multiple brain surgeries and endured years of medical challenges, this is not something her father and I could have ever assumed would be part of her school or life experience. After a difficult 9th grade year, the Met community has restored our faith that a school can be safe, collaborative, and supportive of each student with their unique needs and special circumstances. I can't stress enough how much the Met means to our entire family for what it provides for this beautiful school population. Without funding for this school, I worry that if this school is closed, there isn't another similar option in Sac City that provides a small community feel with the unique internship opportunity and experience. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Board discussion, Member Jean, go ahead.
For the sake of time, thank you for supporting SPED kiddos. I understand why we've got to do SELPA. What is the admin fee?
That's what the charter schools pay for all the other things the district does for them. HR or Safe Schools, whatever.
Administration. I just needed to figure out which administration we were talking about. Excellent. And I just wanted to say I've always enjoyed chatting with you and your team. And while it's hard to ask, you would not ask for those kids. So thank you for asking.
Member Navarro.
So I have not visited the Met, but I will. And I will confirm that it looks like a liberal arts college, even though I haven't been to one. Oh, the University of Pacific, does that count as a small liberal arts? No, right?
No, it does not.
Okay. I'll have to visit a small liberal arts college. But I know some of the staff there. One is sitting right now, and I know the great work that he does in the community. I imagine all staff have a similar profile. And like Member Jean said, like if you're gonna ask for anything and it's for students, I'm all on board for that. So thank you for coming here and asking for it.
Thank you, Member Navarro. I will just add that I would love to have, I think, the fiscal updates for both of these financial contributions that we're doing, both for the Met and for Carver. I think it's obvious, but the board would appreciate an update on how things are going as we move forward. But with that, would you like to make a motion?
Yes.
All right.
I move.
All right, Member Navarro, second, roll call vote.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Navarro.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, folks, we have a back-to-back meetings, so we have a board meeting next week on the 10th, and then our next one is May 1st. I will move to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you.